Chapter 2172 Strength Increase in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming had killed many strong enemies, especially in the ancient Moon Sanctuary, where he had destroyed 5 powerful forces, including the Wind Clan. Each of these forces had been passed down for countless years. They had deep foundations and abundant resources. Lu Ming had obtained a large number of resources. Pills, treasures, saint weapons, monarch weapons, skills, and many more. There were all kinds of divine power techniques of various laws. Lu Ming found a divine power technique that was suitable for Fatty and passed it to him. Fatty was overjoyed and received it happily. Then, Lu Ming took out an axe. It was a great holy weapon and he handed it to the Fatty. Fatty was even more ecstatic. Although the world had changed, it was only because of the rich origin qi and the various sacred medicines that made it easier for him to break through. However, there were still very few divine abilities and weapons. After many people's cultivation increased, they did not have a suitable weapon at all. After the Fatty received it, his eyes narrowed with a smile. He happily ran to the side and started cultivating. As for Zhuang Xiaofan and Zhuang Xiaoro, they were looking at Lu Ming eagerly. There are many sacred elixirs refined in your bodies, but most of the medicinal effects have been deposited in your bodies and have not been refined. This will be a great obstacle to your future cultivation. Enter the pill furnace, and I will help you refine them. At the same time, it will also increase the grade of your spirit bodies. Lu Ming said. The 2 siblings were shocked. Even the level of a spirit body could be increased? Finally, Zhuang Xiaoshan entered the Dian elixir furnace first. Refine. Lu Ming controlled the law of alchemy and used the alchemy fire to temper Zhuang Xiaoshan's physical body. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation level had increased and he could control the alchemy Dao laws and the Dian elixir furnace, he was more adept at it. The function of the Dian elixir furnace was many times stronger than before. Not long after, the remaining medicinal power in Zhuang Xiaoshan's body had been completely refined by the alchemy fire. After that, Lu Ming threw sacred elixirs into it and used the medicinal power of the sacred elixirs to refine and upgrade Zhuang Xiaoshan's spirit body level. This process was extremely painful, but Zhuang Xiaoshan gritted his teeth and endured it. He could feel that his spirit body was constantly improving. He was originally just an ordinary spirit body, but now, he was improving at a crazy speed. A day later, his spiritual body had been upgraded to a low-grade earth spiritual body. However, it was not over yet. The improvement continued. After a few days, his spiritual body had been upgraded to a superior earth spiritual body. At this moment, Lu Ming released Zhuang Xiaoshan. One time, not too long, or it would be harmful. My spirit body. Zhuang Xiaoshan sensed carefully and found that the power of his spirit body had increased dramatically, and his combat power was several times stronger than before. Xiaoro, go in. Lu Ming looked at Zhuang Xiaoro. Zhuang Xiaoro also entered the Dian elixir furnace. Lu Ming did the same. A few days later, Zhuang Xiao's spiritual body was elevated to a superior grade earth spiritual body. Then, he let Zhuang Xiaoshan in. After more than 20 days, their spiritual bodies had reached the low-tier heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming sighed. After all, the siblings' talents were limited. The low-grade heavenly spiritual body was their limit. It was difficult for them to improve further unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. However, their cultivation had not ended yet. This was because the Dian elixir furnace had another wonderful use. Using laws to refine pills. It could also use the laws to temper people, allowing them to comprehend the laws faster. As for Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, they had not broken through to the martial saint realm yet. They had only comprehended the realm, so it was even easier. In the past, Lu Ming had not been able to use the Dian elixir furnace to its fullest potential. However, now that he had mastered the alchemy Dao laws, he was completely capable of it. Then, he had the 2 siblings take turns to enter the Dian elixir furnace and channel the power of the laws of heaven and earth into the elixir furnace. The brother and sister's comprehension of the corresponding domain improved by leaps and bounds. Their cultivations had also improved by leaps and bounds. During this period, Lu Ming also let Kong Jin enter the Dian elixir furnace to temper Kong Jin's spirit body and increase the level of his spirit body. Kong Jin's talent was very high. His spiritual body had only reached its limit when it was upgraded to a medium-grade heaven spiritual body. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 months, Kong Jin, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Zai's cultivation had soared. Kong Jin's cultivation level was at the initial bright saint realm, but his spiritual body had reached the mid-tier earth spiritual body. He had also cultivated a divine power technique, so his strength had increased by many times. Zhuang Xiao and Zhuang Ziashan's cultivation had risen from LV8 martial royal realm to the peak of the first stage of the half-saint realm. With their inferior celestial spiritual bodies, their combat strength was enough to crush an ordinary second-stage half-saint and even defeat a third-stage half-saint. The three of them were very confident. At this moment, the three forces of the Yuan continent began to fight for territory. During this period of time, the demonic Sky Sovereign had gone out to investigate and had obtained a lot of information. The Sovereign Race, Divine Ox Palace, and Manlong Palace would have a competition after they had divided the territories. And this contest was mainly between the Divine Wilderness Continent's native elites. The strongest one could occupy the entire Eastern Barren Territory. The environment in the Eastern Barren Territory was undoubtedly the best. This time, it was in Dragon Emperor City. This news had already spread across the country. Over this period, numerous people were heading for Dragon Emperor City to attend this grand meeting. Lu Ming bade farewell to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. He then led Kong Jin, Zhuang Xiaofan, and Zhuang Xiao on their way to the Imperial Dragon City. With Lu Ming's speed, he arrived at the Imperial Dragon City in no time. The Imperial Dragon City was even more majestic than before. Obviously, the Imperial Dragon City had been expanded in recent years. There was originally a statue of Lu Ming standing in front of the Imperial Dragon City, but it had been removed a long time ago. The people from the sovereign race really deserved to die. They actually took down Master's statue. Zhuang Xiaoshan was furious. Zhuang Xiao and Kong Jin's eyes were also filled with anger. Lu Ming was calm and smiled. This time he would take back the Imperial Dragon City, and it was time to solve the problem of Sakura. Around the Imperial Dragon City, countless figures flew toward the Imperial Dragon City's gate. Lu Ming's group of 4 followed the crowd and entered the Imperial Dragon City. After they entered the Imperial Dragon City, they found an inn to stay in. The competition between the 3 major forces of the Yuan continent would start tomorrow. The 4 of them waited in the inn. Meanwhile, in a mansion in the depths of the Imperial Dragon City, the words Hua Fu were written on the gate of the mansion. The people who lived here were Hua Qi and his clansmen. Back then, the Hua family was considered a big family because of Lu Ming. After the world changed, many people in the Hua family rose and many experts were born. They had a pivotal position in the Dragon Alliance. However, when Sakura came, the Hua family was also controlled by the sovereign family. There were many experts guarding the palace, and they were all from the sovereign race. Right now, a guest had arrived at the palace. It was the #1 genius of the Divine Wilderness Continent, Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing was the disciple of Sakura. Hua Qi led his men to receive him in the main hall of Hua Fu. "Young Master Ren, may first know why you've come to my palace?" Hua Qi asked. "Hua Qi, you're asking the obvious." Ren Qianxing spoke indifferently as he fiddled with the jade cup in his hands. Chapter 2174 Sakuran Qianxing was seated at the head of the main hall of the palace as he lazily fiddled with the jade cup in his hands. He lifted his head slightly and cast a glance at Hua Qi as he asked, "You all know why I'm here. But I'll say it again. I like Hua Rou, marry her to me." The expressions of Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua clan changed. Indeed, Ren Qianxing's visit was for Hua Rou. Hua Rou was Hua Kai's youngest daughter. She was a famous beauty in the Imperial Dragon City. As for Ren Qianxing, he had always been pursuing Hua Rou. Originally, with Ren Qianxing's talent and status, he was indeed worthy of Hua Rou. However, Ren Qianxing was a Casanova by nature. Right now, he had already married a wife and 3 concubines. Furthermore, it was said that Ren Qianxing was only interested in novelty. After having fun with the concubines he had married, he didn't care about them anymore and went off to look for his next target. How could Hua Qi possibly marry his daughter to such a person? Moreover, Ren Qianxing's master was Sakura, who occupied the Imperial Dragon City and controlled the higher-ups of the Dragon Alliance. Based on this point, he would never marry his daughter to Ren Qianxing. Furthermore, Hua Rou herself was also extremely disgusted with Ren Qianxing. "Young Master Ren, marriage is a major event. It concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness. Rower needs to make her own decision. We won't interfere. Hua Qi said. Hua Qi, what do you mean? Are you saying that Hua Rou won't be happy if she follows me? Ren Qiangxing's face turned cold. It would be a wonder if she would be happy. Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua clan all thought the same thing, but they naturally did not say it out loud. Young Master Ren, you misunderstood me. That's not what one meant. What I meant was that Rower needs to make her own decisions. Hua Qi explained. What a joke. Since ancient times, it has always been the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. As long as you give the order, how would Hua Rou dare to disobey? She still has to marry me obediently. Ren Qiangxing's expression turned even colder as he continued. Hua Qi, don't give me so many excuses. With my status, I will definitely rule the divine wilderness in the future. One might even head to the Yuan continent and become an overlord. For me to be interested in your daughter is her good fortune. It is her good fortune that she has cultivated for several lifetimes. Do you understand? Who do you think you are? You really know how to put gold on your face. If people like you go to the Yuan continent, you will probably be slapped to death. At this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. Then, a young and beautiful woman walked in. The woman was about 28 years old and was in the prime of her life. She was a country-toppling beauty. She was Hua Kai's youngest daughter, Hua Rou. Hua Rou, what did you say? Do you know how much trouble you will bring to the Hua family? Ren Qianxing spoke in a sinister tone. His sinister gaze roamed all over Hua Ron's curvaceous body, as an evil glint flashed past his eyes. What's wrong? Are you going to use your master to pressure us again? Hua Rou was extremely stubborn and fearless. Why would I need to take my master? I, Ren Qianxing, have talent that has never been seen before. If I were to say who I want to marry, the number of women who want to marry me can line up from the northern city gates all the way to the southern city gates. Do you understand? It's your good fortune that I'm interested in you. Do you understand? Ren Qianxing replied, filled with confidence. This is unprecedented. You really know how to flatter yourself. In my heart, only my uncle Lu Ming is the true unprecedented. Who are you? Hua Rou said. Lu Ming? If he appears, 111 kill him with a slap. Ren Qianxing scoffed. After which, he turned to Hua Qi and continued, Hua Qi, are you going to agree or not? Since Rower doesn't agree, please forgive me for not being able to agree. Hua Qi said firmly. Good, very good. In that case, 111 get first place in tomorrow's competition. At that time, I'll ask my master to arrange a marriage for me. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Ren Qianxing ruthlessly spat out these words before flicking his sleeves and leaving. The expressions of Hua Qi, Hua Rou, and the others changed. If Di Shi Tian personally bestowed the marriage, what would they do? If they refused Sakura, the Hua family would probably be exterminated. This despicable man, Hua Rou said hatefully, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Rower, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let you marry him. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. The entire Hua family was filled with worry. Time flew, and a day passed. The next morning, Lu Ming and the other three headed towards the center of the Imperial Dragon City. There was a huge square in the center of Imperial Dragon City, which had been crowded with people. Around the square, some banquets had already been prepared. Of course, only those with status could sit. Ordinary people were not qualified at all. The Di family is here. Someone suddenly called out. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, many rainbow lights were flying over from the depth of Imperial Dragon City. The person in the lead was dressed in an emperor's robe. He looked to be in his 40s and had a jade crown on his head. He looked like an ancient emperor that had come back to life, filled with boundless majesty. Sakura. Lu Ming did not need to think to know that this person was Sakura. There were some people following beside Sakura. A few of them were unusually burly. They were covered in heavy iron armor and were shrouded in black light. The evil god race. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. These people were all from the evil god tribe. Moreover, one of them had even reached the martial emperor realm. A few young men followed by the side. That is Ren Qianxing, the #1 genius of the divine wilderness. Ren Qiangxing's talent is truly shocking. Some people say that he's even more talented than Lu Ming in the past. He's the #1 genius in history. Not necessarily. The surrounding crowd of people discussed animatedly. Zhuang Xiao and Zhuang Xiaofan were indignant. Bright Saint Realm. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to one of the youths. This person's cultivation had reached the initial Bright Saint Realm. He should be Ren Qianxing. Beside Ren Qianxing, there was a young man. It was Li Ku. Sakura and the others landed on the highest seats and sat down. Whoosh! At this moment, the roars of bulls shook the sky. In the distance, a group of divine bulls the size of mountains stepped through the air, causing the sky to rumble. As they approached, these divine bulls all turned into burly men. The people from the Divine Ox Palace had arrived. The people from the Divine Ox Palace also brought a few young men and landed on the east seats. Immediately after, the roars of beasts rang out. A few chariots flew over as the beasts pulled the carriages. The people from the Manlong Palace had arrived. Manlong Dragon Hall also brought a few young men. The three major forces of the Yuan continent had all arrived. The leaders of the three forces looked at each other in the air and a terrifying aura spread out. An invisible pressure filled the air. Everyone present felt as if they were facing several ancient universes. The suffocating pressure almost made them kneel down. A wisp of aura emanated from Lu Ming's body and enveloped Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiao. The pressure on them was lifted, and they heaved a sigh of relief. Third-level martial emperor? Lu Ming muttered. The leaders of the three forces stood in a stalemate. Their auras were exuding. Others could not tell their cultivation levels, but Lu Ming could. Lu Ming had seen many martial emperor powerhouses. Based on their auras, Lu Ming could tell that the cultivation of the leaders of the three major forces was at the third-level martial emperor realm. Chapter 2174 Victory decided Sakura D, the master of the Divine Bull Palace, and the master of the Manlong Hall stood in a confrontation. Their auras spread out, revealing their level 3 martial emperor cultivation. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He was not bothered by the third-level martial emperor. You two want to take over the East Continent? No way. The master of the Divine Ox Palace was a purple-haired middle-aged man. He sneered. The Divine Ox Palace was the first power of the Yuan continent to arrive in the East Baron. Therefore, it occupied the place with the densest original qi in the East Baron. The sovereign family and the Manlong Temple had always wanted to take over the East Baron, but they had never succeeded. This time, the sovereign race and the Manlong Palace had joined forces to pressure the Divine Ox Palace. That was why they had said that they would fight today. Where did the Divine Ox Palace and the Barbaric Dragon Palace come from? Lu Ming furrowed his brows in deep thought. These two factions definitely did not come from the Azure continent. They came to the Divine Wilderness through other means. You'll know once you compete. At that time, don't go back on your word, Divine Ox Palace. Sakura gave a faint smile. How can my Divine Ox Palace be shameless? Tell me, how do you want to compete this time? The master of Divine Ox Palace said. How are we going to compete? We have already agreed on this a long time ago. There is no need for us to fight. Both sides will send out their local elites to fight. How about this? Each side will send out 3 elites and have a team battle and an individual battle. We will rank them according to their battle results. How about it? Sakura said. All right, it's decided then. I agree. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Palace master both nodded in agreement. Not long after, a fighting stage rose in the middle of the square. 3 young men from each of the 3 forces rushed into the arena. Ren Qianxing, Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing. Naturally, the sovereign race sent out Ren Qianxing. The moment he stepped onto the stage, many people, including a few ignorant young ladies, started shouting. Ren Qianxing indeed had the looks of a dog and a graceful demeanor. Many ignorant young ladies didn't even know how to differentiate between good and evil and brainlessly treated Ren Qianxing as their idol. Ren Qianxing stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the air of a peerless expert. Nest, he's really acting tough. I can't wait to step on his face. Kong Jin said unhappily. You'll have a chance. Lu Ming smiled. I'm just unhappy with those brainless young ladies. Ren Qianxing has everything he wants. How can he compare to me? Those ladies really have no taste. Kong Jin pursed his lips. Lu Ming was speechless. Brother Ox, How about we join forces? That Ren Qianxing is not easy to deal with. The master of Manlong Hall secretly sent a message to the master of Divine Ox Palace. The master of Divine Ox Palace's eyes flashed and he said, "All right, let's join forces and defeat the monarch race first. Then, we'll see who's stronger." "All right, that's what one meant." The Manlong Dragon Hall master nodded. After that, the master of Manlong Hall and Divine Ox Palace sent messages to their respective heaven's favorites. At this moment, on the fighting ring, the paragons of the three sides were facing each other. Many people were watching nervously. From the discussions of the surrounding people, he knew that the 9 youths on the battle stage were 9 of the top 10 elites of the Divine Wilderness continent. Every single one of them had extremely high cultivation levels. Over at the sovereign race's side, Ren Qianxing and Li Ku were both present. At this moment, the heaven's favorites from the Divine Ox Palace and the Savage Dragon Palace looked at each other and suddenly moved. The 6 young men from both sides charged at the sovereign race genius from 2 different directions. "Damn it, they want to join forces to deal with us first." Li Ke roared. "You guys are despicable." Another sovereign race heaven's favorite roared. However, the heaven's favorites from both sides were extremely fast. They approached in an instant and attacked. Li Ku and the other heaven's favorite roared and charged forward. However, Ren Qianxing continued to stand with his hands behind his back, not moving an inch. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, how could Li Ku and the other young man stop each other? They were knocked back and blood flowed out of their mouths. The 6 youths from the Divine Ox Palace and Savage Dragon Palace had Ren Qianxing surrounded. "Ren Qianxing, you guys should just admit defeat," one of the heaven's favorites from the Divine Ox Palace said. He was ranked second among the top 10 heaven's favorites and had the cultivation of the 3rd stage of half-saint. "Admit defeat? How laughable. You think trash like you can defeat me." Ren Qianxing indifferently replied. "You're boasting shamelessly. Then I'll make you get out of here now." The chosen roared, and the 6 of them exploded with powerful auras. They were all half-saints, and the weakest one was at the 2nd stage of half-saint. Boom! However, at this moment, a fearsome aura burst forth from Ren Qianxing's body. A vast amount of saintly might permeated the entire area. At this moment, Ren Qianxing's bright saint stage cultivation was fully revealed. "Sage Realm. You've broken through to the Sage Realm. You've actually broken through to the Sage Realm." The 6 heaven's favorites from the 2 forces shouted in disbelief. "This guy has actually broken through to the Sage Realm." Zhuang Xiao and Zhuang Xiao were also surprised. The Saint Realm was a barrier that was very difficult to cross. For example, the fatty was empty. Without Lu Ming's help, he would have needed a long time to cross. At this moment, the crowd in the surroundings was in an uproar. They were all shocked by Ren Qianxing's cultivation base. Those ignorant girls were even shouting and screaming in excitement. "Now, you're the ones who have lost." Ren Qianxing let out a long howl as streaks of sword light burst forth from his hands. His master was Sakura, so he naturally also cultivated divine arts, which were extremely powerful. Bang! Bang! The heaven's favorites from the 2 forces were unable to fight back. They were sent flying by the sword light. They fell to the ground and spat out blood. A half-saint was no match for a saint. The paragons of the 2 forces were defeated in an instant. There was no longer any suspense in the competition. "Damn it!" The master of Divine Ox Palace roared in anger, his face gloomy. The entire arena was in an uproar as countless people were cheering for Ren Qianxing. "Amazing, this is really amazing. Ren Qianxing has already reached the Sage Realm at such a young age. This is simply heaven-defying." That's right. As expected of the #1 genius in the Divine Wilderness. It's rare since ancient times. Someone actually placed Lu Ming and Ren Qianxing on the same level. In my opinion, Lu Ming and Ren Qianxing can't be compared at all. They're not on the same level at all. Lu Ming is far inferior. Not bad, not bad. The sounds of discussion rang out all around the square. Damn it, what do these people know? How do you know how powerful Sherzuan is? That's right, a bunch of foolish people. Zhuang Xiaofan and Zhuang Xiao were very unhappy. These people actually said that Lu Ming was far inferior to Ren Qianxing. It was simply ridiculous. They knew how powerful Lu Ming was. In just 3 short months, he was able to make their abilities soar. He was many times stronger than Ren Qianxing. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not mind. With his current cultivation level, why would he care about the discussions of these people? Many people sighed. They reckoned that there was no longer any suspense in this competition. The sovereign race would definitely win. Sakura Asia was all smiles. In order to help Ren Qianxing break through to the Sage Realm, he had paid a huge price. However, everything was worth it. The cultivation environment in the East Baron was too good. As long as he could occupy the East Baron, he planned to move the entire D family here and make this place his base camp. Then, his D family would certainly grow stronger and stronger. In the future, it wasn't impossible for them to compete with the powerful forces of the Sacred Lands. Chapter 2176. Insufferable as expected. The following individual battles became even more of a show for Ren Qianxing. He swept through all the opponents, and no one was able to withstand a single move from him. Without any exception, he got first place. Li Ku, on the other hand, was in 8th place. Although the other two members of the monarch race didn't do well, with Ren Qianxing's ranking, the monarch race was still in first place and would obtain the rights to the East Baron. The entire monarch race laughed so hard that their teeth fell off. As for those from the Divine Ox Palace and the Savage Dragon Palace, their faces were gloomy. And this battle had pushed Ren Qianxing's reputation to the peak. Many people even described Ren Qianxing as an unprecedented prodigy in the Divine Wilderness. What Lu Ming? He wasn't even fit to carry Ren Qianxing's shoes. Zhuang Xiaofan and the others gritted their teeth. Ren Qianxing stood on the battle stage with his hands behind his back, enjoying the envious gazes of many. He had a proud smile on his face. He was enjoying it very much, and his whole person was floating. He had a feeling of invincibility since ancient times. After a long time, he gathered his thoughts and cupped his fists to Sakura. Master, disciple has a favor to ask of you today. I hope you can help me. Haha, Qianxing, you've won first place today. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Treat it as a reward from your master. Sakura Asia laughed. Thank you, master. One would like to ask you to betroth Hua Rou, the daughter of Hua Qi, to me. Ren Qianxing replied. Hua Qi. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Ren Qianxing actually wanted to marry the daughter of Hua Qi. It had been more than 10 years since he left the Divine Wilderness. Before he left, Hua Qi already had a few children. Lu Ming had some impression of Hua Qi. He remembered that he had a daughter named Hua Rou. Could it be that Hua Rou and Ren Qianxing were in love? Lu Ming frowned. He was about to take action, but he held himself back at this moment. He wanted to see what was going on. 1C. It's simple. 111 call Hua Qi and the others, as well as the people from the Dragon Alliance, to prepare to move to the East Continent with me. Sakura nodded and then asked someone to pass the news. Not long after, a group of people flew over. Hua Qi, Xiaofan, Senior Zhuoyang, Big Brother Yan. Lu Ming saw a familiar face in the crowd. Hua Qi, Xiaofan, Xia Zhuoyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others were all high-level members of the Dragon League. Of course, Hua Kai's daughter, Hua Rou, was also there. Hua Kai's expression was slightly ugly. He had a bad premonition. The moment he saw that Ren Qianxing had already broken through to the Saint Plain and was even ranked first, his heart sank. Hua Qi, today, Qianxing told me that he is interested in your daughter Hua Rou. This seat will bestow your daughter Hua Rou to Qianxing. Today, we will have a grand wedding. This can be considered as double happiness. What do you think? Sakura asked with a smile. No, I won't agree. A clear voice rang out. It was Hua Rou. Hua Kai's expression was also ugly. Lord Martial Sovereign, my daughter, Hua Rou, is still young. She doesn't want to get married yet. I hope Lord Martial Sovereign can retract your order. What's the meaning of this? Ren Qianxing's expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at Hua Qi and Hua Rou. I, Ren Qianxing, am the #1 talent since ancient times. Don't tell me that I'm not worthy of Hua Rou. Don't be ignorant of your own good fortune. #1 in talent since ancient times. He's really shameless. Hua Rou threw caution to the wind and directly berated him. Sakura's face also darkened, and he said, One didn't call you here to ask for your opinions. I'm just informing you that no one can refuse my request. You should prepare for the wedding. Hua Qi, Hua Ron's face was pale. On the other hand, Ren Qianxing had a smug look on his face. Lord Martial Emperor, marriage is a major event. It's about mutual love. I'm afraid it's not good to force a marriage like this. Xiaofan stepped forward and cupped his fists. That's right. Lord Martial Emperor, please retract your order. Then, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others also stepped out and spoke. Who do you think you are? Since my master has already spoken, there's no reason to take it back. Do you want to disobey? Ren Qianxing berated. All around, everyone just looked on, and no one said a word. Xiaofan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, Hua Qi, and the others all had unsightly expressions. Unfortunately, the sovereign race was too strong. If they resisted, they would probably be crushed to death by Sakura with a single palm. There was no hope at all. No, I want Mary. I want Mary even if I die. Hua Rou cried out in an extremely stubborn manner. You have to get married even if you don't want to. If you die, your family will be buried with you. Have you thought it through? Ren Qianxing transmitted his voice over to Hua Rou, his tone ice-cold. Hua Rou's delicate body trembled. A look of despair flashed across her face as tears began to flow down her face. Fatty Xiaoshan Xiao Rou, it's your turn. At this moment, Lu Ming told the fatty and the rest. Haha, it's finally time to go on stage. I can't hold it in anymore. The fat man laughed and rushed out with his battle axe. Zhuang Xiaoshan, Zhuang Xiaorou, and Fatty also rushed out. Ren Qianxing, who do you think you are? How can you match up to a national beauty like Hua Rou? Why don't you take a look at your reflection in your urine? A loud roar reverberated throughout the entire area. Ren Qianxing's face instantly turned dark as he howled. Who's there? Get out here. Your grandfather. Fatty carried the battle axe and walked out. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou were beside him. Hua Qi, Hua Rou, Xiaowan, and the others also saw Fatty and Zhuang Xiaoshan. Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiaorou, why are you here? This has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. Hua Qi shouted. Today's matter was a little complicated. He didn't want to drag Fatty and the others into this. Haha, it's fine. We're here today to give this sissy a good beating. Well, leave after we're done. Fatty hefted his battle axe as he cast a disdainful glance at Ren Qianxing. You guys. You're looking for death. Ren Qianxing gritted his teeth as he spat out those words in an incomparably sinister manner. Looking for death? You don't have the right. Also, you don't have the right to marry niece Hua Rou. Fatty lazily replied. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I'm not qualified. Who in the world is qualified? My talent has been unparalleled since ancient times. Who can compare to me? Ren Qianxing laughed uproariously. What a joke. He's just a piece of trash, yet he dares to say that his talent is unparalleled? The fatty was disdainful. What did you just say? Ren Qianxing's face was incomparably gloomy, as his eyes were filled with sinister killing intent. Ever since he entered Sakura's sect, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was pursued by countless people. Many people called his talent unparalleled since ancient times. Now, Fatty actually called him trash. Immediately, he had already sentenced Fatty to death in his heart. It was unforgivable to call him trash. Are you deaf? I said you're trash, unless you can defeat me. Only then will you be worthy of Hua Rou, do you understand? Fatty said indifferently. These words made many people speechless. This Fatty wanted to challenge Ren Qianxing? Who is this Fatty? Why is he so arrogant? One recognize him. He seems to be Lu Ming's friend from back then. He's not even 50 years old. He's considered to be in the younger generation. Lu Ming's friend? I've never heard of it. Chapter 2176 Disciples Might. The square was abuzz with discussion. Hua Qi, Xia Jiuyang, and the others had ugly expressions and were puzzled. They didn't understand what Fatty and the others were doing here. Provoking Ren Qianxing in such a way would not bring them any benefits. Instead, they would only drag themselves into this mess. Not only that, Fatty actually challenged Ren Qianxing. This simply wouldn't work. He was definitely not a match for Ren Qianxing. They knew Fatty's cultivation. He had not become a saint yet. Furthermore, even if Fatty were to become a sage, he wouldn't be a match for Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing had taken Di Shitian as his master and was able to cultivate a sacred art. In the divine wilderness, there was no such thing as sacred art. If they were at the same cultivation level, they would definitely not be a match for Ren Qianxing. Fatty Xiaofan Xiaoro, you guys should run. Hua Qi roared. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were Lu Ming's disciples. If something happened to them because of him, how could he answer to Lu Ming? Let's go. None of them will leave today. Ren Qianxing's voice was ice-cold as killing intent flickered in his eyes. A powerful aura emanated from his body. The fatty actually dared to provoke him like this. He had to kill the fatty today and let everyone know that his dignity was not to be offended. It's fine. I'll leave after I beat this guy up and let the world know that he's a piece of trash. Fatty grinned at Hua Qi previously. Lu Ming had told him that he just had to make a move and that there was no need to worry about Sakura and the other powerhouses. Therefore, Fatty was not afraid at all. Hua Qi, Xia Zhouyang, and the others were dumbfounded. He did not understand why Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaoro were so confident today. Was he crazy? Even the spectators around them thought that Fatty and the others had gone crazy. They were definitely going to die today. You're looking for death. Ren Qianxing took a step forward, his killing intent growing even more intense. Young Master Ren, there's no need for you to deal with these pieces of trash personally. Wouldn't you be dirtying your hands? This younger brother can do it on your behalf. At this moment, Li Ke stepped out and took the opportunity to suck up to Ren Qianxing. This act of flattery made Ren Qianxing feel extremely comfortable. He nodded his head and replied, "That's good. A few clowns are indeed not worth my time. You can do it on my behalf. Cripple them first. I want them to regret it." "Don't worry, young Master Ren." Li Ke nodded and bowed, then stepped toward the fatty and the others, bursting with cold killing intent. "Li Ke, 111 fight you." Zhuang Xiaoshan stepped forward to meet Li Ke. "Zhuang Xiaoshan, you piece of trash, you still dare to fight me? 3 months ago, you couldn't even withstand one of my moves. You're really courting death. Fine, I'll let everyone know today that Lu Ming's disciple is a piece of trash, and so is he. He's just boasting." Li Ke sneered. His words made many people's faces turn ugly. There were many people here who were from the Dragon Alliance back then. Many of them had witnessed Lu Ming's heaven-defying rise and his dominance over an era. But now, Li Ke said that Lu Ming was trash. Did that not mean that they were trash too? "How dare you insult my master? 111 kill you today." Zhuang Xiaoshan was furious. His eyes were full of killing intent. A long spear appeared in his hand, and a powerful aura burst out. The first stage of half-saint. "You! How did your cultivation level increase so quickly?" Li Ke screamed in disbelief. 3 months ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation had only been at LV8 Martial Royal Realm. How could he have broken through several levels and entered the first stage of the half-saint in just 3 months? In the past 3 months, with the help of the monarch race, he had only broken through 1 level of cultivation and reached the second stage of half-saint. Zhuang Xiaoshan's improvement was even greater than his. However, he quickly reacted. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "You must have had some fortuitous encounter or obtained some powerful sacred medicine, but so what? You've relied on the powerful medicinal effects to raise your cultivation, but you're still so weak. One can defeat you in 1 move." So what if Zhuang Xiaoshan had reached the first stage of half-saint? He was now at the second stage of the half-saint realm. His master was an emperor-to-be from the sovereign race who had taught him the domain martial technique. He was confident that he could defeat Zhuang Xiaoshan with 1 move. Boom! A powerful aura also burst out from Li Ke's body. At the same time, a combat sword appeared in his hand. The sword light burst out, carrying the power of law, and he attacked Zhuang Xiaoshan. In the divine wilderness continent, any other first-stage half-saint who had not cultivated any domain techniques would not be able to take a single blow from him. However, although Zhuang Xiaoshan had not had time to practice his domain martial technique, his spiritual body had reached the low-grade sky spiritual body. A low-grade heaven spiritual body was considered a genius in the Yuan continent. Back then, the Azure region did not even have a single low-tier heaven spiritual body. On the other hand, Li Ke's spirit body was just an ordinary spirit body. Zhuang Xiao's spirit Bodhi's power was enough to crush Li Ke. Boom! Zhuang Xiaoro waved her spear and smashed it down. There was no technique to speak of in this spear attack. It was just a simple spear strike. With the infusion of true essence, the long spear rapidly grew in size, like a giant pillar that held up the sky, and smashed down towards Li Ku. Bang! Bang! Li Ke's sword light was shattered by the spear, and the huge spear smashed into Li Ke's body. Li Ke's body was like a broken sandbag as he crashed heavily into the fighting ring below, causing it to rumble continuously. Li Ke lay on the fighting ring, spitting out blood. His eyes were full of disbelief. He had actually been crushed by Xiaofan in one move. 3 months ago, this piece of trash who couldn't even take a single move from him had actually crushed him with a single move. He found it hard to accept. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Li Ku was known as one of the top 10 elites of the Divine Wilderness continent. In other words, other than the top 10 heavens favorites, no one else was Li Ke's match. But now, he was defeated by Xiaofan in one move. Was this Lu Ming's disciple? If the disciple was like this, how could the master be bad? Brother Xiaofan is so powerful. Huaro called out. Hua Qi, Xia Zhuoyang, and the others were also stunned. They were very clear about Zhuang Xiashan's cultivation and combat power. How did he become so strong after not seeing him for a while? You're cheating. You're cheating. There are other experts helping you in secret. Li Ke shouted crazily. He remembered the last time. Last time, someone had helped Zhuang Xiaoshan in secret. He was later defeated by Zhuang Xiaoshan, and he was also crushed by Zhuang Xiashan's spear, just like this time. No one is secretly making a move. The master of Divine Ox Palace said indifferently, and his voice resounded throughout the entire place. This time, the Divine Ox Palace had lost to the sovereign family. They had to give up the precious land of the East Baron, which made him very unhappy. Now that he saw the sovereign family suffer a loss, he was naturally happy. No one would doubt the words of the master of the Divine Ox Palace. He was a martial emperor realm expert, and an expert among martial emperors at that. How is that possible? Li Ke found it hard to believe. You're just a piece of trash, yet you still dare to criticize others. Zhuang Xiaoshan said sarcastically. Chapter 2178. Not even worthy to lick Lu Ming's shoes. Li Ku was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. High up in the stands, Sakra's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. However, with his status, he naturally would not flare up on the spot because of the defeat of a junior. If you have some ability, let me test you. A cold glint flashed across Ken Qiangxing's eyes as he took a step forward, intending to press on Zhuang Xiaoshan. However, the fat man stood in front of Zhuang Xiaoshan and said, "Trash, I'm your opponent. 1 inch, then I'll kill you first." Ren Qianxing coldly snorted. After being called trash by Fatty time and time again, his killing intent was incomparably thick. Ren Qiangxing's Saint Realm cultivation was completely unleashed. His laws were surging, and Saint energy surrounded his body. The Saint power rolled up, stirring up a storm that kept rolling toward Fatty. However, Fatty didn't react at all. He was still grinning. The Sage Realm is so amazing. He can explode at any time as if no one has ever seen him. The Fatty was disdainful. Many people were roaring in their hearts. The Sage Realm was indeed impressive at this stage. Not many people in the Divine Wilderness could reach it, much less the younger generation. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. This was because Fatty's body was also emitting a powerful aura. That was also the aura of a sage might that wasn't any weaker than Ren Qiangxing's. The Sage Realm. This Fatty has also reached the Sage Realm. Nest, one couldn't tell. The heavenly Tao is unfair. This Fatty is so fat and ugly, but he has also reached the Sage Realm. It's unfair. A group of girls shouted. The fat man had originally put on the air of a peerless master, but when he heard this, he was instantly stunned and then furious. In his heart, he was scolding these women for having no taste and liking sissies. Hence, he decided to vent all his anger on Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing was stunned as well. He was extremely displeased. There was actually someone from RHE younger generation who had entered the Sage Realm like him. So what if you've entered RHE Sage Realm? You're still weak in my hands. 111 defeat you in one move. 1 inch soaring wind sword. Ren Qianxing made his move. The first move he made was an innate technique. Rays of sword light appeared in the air and shot towards the fatty at an astonishing speed. "Watch me break your divine art," the fatty shouted as he swung his battle axe. Buzz! An axe radiance shook the heavens and was incomparably huge. It swept across thousands of troops as if it could split open the sky. This was the divine ability that Lu Ming had given him. Although he had only cultivated IR for a short period of time, his mastery was still low. However, Fatty's current spirit body was a medium-grade heaven spirit body. When he burst out, his power was shocking. Ren Qiangxing's spiritual body was only a mid-grade earth spiritual body. Back in the divine wilderness, it might have been extremely rare. However, when compared to Fatty, he was still far from it. As the axe radiance swept past, all of Ren Qiangxing's sword radiance was completely extinguished. However, the axe radiance didn't stop and continued slashing towards Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing was almost scared to death. He roared in fear and retreated frantically. In the end, he was almost cut in half by the axe. Although he dodged IR, his chest was still swept by the axe's radiance. A deep wound appeared, and blood flowed out. The terrifying destructive power gushed into his body, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. The entire place fell silent. Most of the people were looking at the scene in disbelief. Ren Qianxing had actually been defeated. He was defeated in one move. He was the #1 prodigy in RHE Divine Wilderness, and he was also known as RHE #1 prodigy since ancient times. Now, he had actually been defeated by Fatty in one move. How was this possible? How's this possible? No, this can't be real. Many ignorant girls shook their heads in confusion. It was hard for them to believe that their idol was so weak. That's impossible. Ren Qianxing howled in disbelief. Previously, he had said that he would defeat RHE Fatty in one move, but now, he had been defeated by the Fatty in one move. He was known as the #1 heaven's favorite since ancient times. He couldn't bear such a blow. His eyes were red, and he wanted to cut the Fatty into pieces. Bastard, go to hell! He charged at Fatty in a frenzy. I'll play with you. Fatty kept his battle axe and rushed towards Ren Qianxing as he sent out a punch. This punch was unstoppable, and it directly shattered Ren Qiangxing's attack before landing on his face. Ren Qianxing screamed as he was sent flying. His teeth and blood splattered everywhere. Those ignorant girls were all stunned. They felt like their faith had collapsed. It turned out that their idol was not invincible, but completely vulnerable. Hua Qi, Xia Zhouyang, Xiaofan, and the others were all stunned. They were extremely puzzled. How did Fatty's combat strength suddenly increase to such a shocking level? Xiaofan, Xia Zhouyang, and the others had also broken through to the Bright Saint realm, but they would still lose to Ren Qianxing without a doubt, because they did not have the corresponding sacred art. However, this Fatty was able to easily suppress Ren Qianxing. In addition, Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation and combat power had also improved greatly. What was going on? Could it be that they had encountered a great fortuitous encounter? They could not figure it out. Ren Qianxing couldn't figure it out either. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fatty. Bang! However, at the next moment, the Fatty punched him in the face again, and he was sent flying again while screaming. His face was so unrecognizable that it was unbearable to look at. A piece of trash like you dares to claim to be RHE #1 prodigy in history. You're simply shameless. You're not even worthy to lick Lu Ming's shoes. A piece of trash like you wants to marry Niece Huaro? You're even more shameless. If I were you, I'd kill myself. It's embarrassing to live like this. The fat man continued to mock. Ren Qianxing howled in anger as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Men, skin that fatty and pull out his tendons. Ren Qianxing howled. Kill! Suddenly, an expert from the DI family stepped out and charged at the fatty. This person was in the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. His aura was earth-shattering. Sakra's face was gloomy, but he didn't stop her. Wayaya, how despicable. You can't beat him, so you call for help. I'll run. Fatty ran off. Let's see how you can run away from me. The sovereign race's absolute saint in the great circle had a cold expression. He extended his hand and grabbed the fatty. The giant hand covered the sky, and Fatty had nowhere to run. Not good. Hua Qi, Xiaofan, Xia Zhouyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They wanted to help, but the difference in their cultivation base was too great. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light burst out from the crowd. It was thousands of meters long and cut off the big hand. Furthermore, the black light did not stop. It was unbelievably fast as it directly slashed through the forehead of the Imperial Race Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. Pucci! The Imperial Race Absolute Saint in the Great Circle was cut in half, and his body fell to the ground. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. A person in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint realm had been lulled just like that without being able to fight back at all. Who was doing this? Chapter 2179. The Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance is back. Boom. Boom. At this moment, all the experts of the Monarch family were emitting a shocking aura and cold killing intent. Who is it? A sovereign race expert roared, but his eyes were fixed on the Divine Ox Palace and the Barbaric Dragon Palace. Anyone who could kill an Absolute Saint in the Great Circle was definitely stronger than an Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. It was very likely that he was an expert in the Emperor-to-be realm. However, the people from the Divine Wilderness did not have such high cultivation. It was very likely that they were from the Divine Ox Palace or the Savage Dragon Hall. They suspected that it was the Divine Ox Palace and the Savage Dragon Palace who had secretly made a move. Don't look at me like that. I didn't send anyone to attack. I don't have any either. The Master of Divine Ox Palace and Manlong Palace both denied it with innocent faces. Who is it? Come out. Otherwise, these kids will die. The Monarch race's quasi-emperors stepped out and their cold-killing intent enveloped the fatty and the others. However, an aura burst out from the crowd and crushed the killing intent of the Monarch race's quasi-emperor. Then a dark-skinned young man stepped out. This young man was Lu Ming. He had already used the Divine Breath technique to change his appearance before coming here. Kid, was it you who attacked just now? The Emperor-to-be from the Monarch race said coldly. You're asking the obvious. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Are you from the Divine Ox Palace or the Manlong Palace? The Monarch race quasi-emperor asked. I'm from the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming continued to smile. Many people were astonished, especially Xiaofan and the others, who were somewhat stunned. Lu Ming said that he was from the Dragon Alliance. They did not have such a strong expert. Obviously, the Emperor-to-be from the Monarch race did not believe him. He thought that Lu Ming was playing with him. You should be from the Yuan continent, right? It can be considered so. Lu Ming continued to smile. You're alone. The Monarch race's quasi-emperor asked again. Nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that one have two people? Lu Ming berated. The Monarch race's Emperor-to-be's eyes turned even colder. Sir, you killed a member of my D family. Today, you won't be able to leave. Boom. The Emperor-to-be from the Monarch race made his move. He stepped forward and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled and took a light step forward. Countless runes appeared and condensed into a god of death. The Grim Reaper wielded his scythe and slashed at the Monarch race's quasi-emperor. Pucci! The Monarch-to-be of the Monarch race was easily cut in half by the Reaper's scythe. Hiss hiss hiss. Gasps of shock could be heard. An Emperor-to-be was killed in seconds without even a chance to resist. Could it be that he was also a Marshal Supreme? I know who he is. The black-faced Grim Reaper. It's the black-faced Grim Reaper. Suddenly, someone shouted. What? The black-faced Grim Reaper? That's him. The legendary black-faced Grim Reaper is a dark-skinned young man who can summon the Grim Reaper to fight. He's extremely terrifying. People kept exclaiming. Many people looked at Lu Ming with respect. 3 months ago, during the fight for the Holy Spirit Fruit at Wuyuan Mountain, the black-faced Grim Reaper appeared out of nowhere and displayed his terrifying combat strength, killing the experts of the Sovereign Race, Divine Ox Palace, and Savage Dragon Hall in one fell swoop. News of this had spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Most of them had heard of the black-faced Grim Reaper. However, the black-faced Grim Reaper was extremely mysterious. Ever since he showed his face the last time, he had disappeared without a trace. The 3 great forces had sent experts to hunt down the black-faced Grim Reaper, but to no avail. He did not expect the black-faced Grim Reaper to suddenly appear. It's him. He's really looking for death. He dared to kill the people of my Divine Ox Palace. Today one will get rid of him. Not only the sovereign race, but also the Divine Bull Palace and the Manlong Palace. They all looked at Lu Ming coldly. However, Lu Ming had a smile on his face. He did not care at all. So he's the backer of the Fatty and the others. Many people were moved. He finally understood why Fatty and the others were so bold and dared to cause trouble. It turned out that the backer behind them was the black-faced Grim Reaper. Boom! At this moment, Sakura stood up from his seat, and a terrifying aura spread out, covering the sky and earth. Many people trembled and almost knelt down. So you're the black-faced Grim Reaper. But since you dare to show off in my territory today, one think you've come to the wrong place. Sakura said coldly. Your territory? This is the Imperial Dragon City, the territory of the Dragon Alliance. It's the territory of the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming. When did it become your territory? Lu Ming said with a strange expression. He's really shameless. Lu Ming? What a joke. A little guy who's not even a martial emperor. How could he be qualified to control Dragon Emperor City? Sakura opened his mouth coldly. Don't you dare insult my master. Zhuang Xiaoro glared at Sakura. Haha, what a joke. How dare you insult your master? Your master Lu Ming is nothing. He's already a thing of the past. If he appears again, one can crush him with one finger. Ran Qianxing taunted and mocked. Oh! Lu Ming looked at Ran Qianxing with a strange expression and said, I'm right here. Come and try crushing me. With that, Lu Ming's appearance changed rapidly and he returned to his original appearance. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard Lu Ming's words. However, when they saw Lu Ming's appearance, many of them were tongue-tied and completely stunned. In the Divine Wilderness continent, it could be said that most people had seen Lu Ming's appearance. Back then, Lu Ming unified the Divine Wilderness and established the Dragon Alliance. He was the supreme leader. There were portraits of Lu Ming in all the forces, big and small. There was also a huge statue of Lu Ming in the Imperial Dragon City. Now that they saw Lu Ming's true form, they were all stunned. Lu Ming! It's really Lu Ming! Xia Jiuyang, Xiaofan, and the others were the first to react. They cried out in disbelief. It's really Lu Ming! The leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming, is back. My God, it's true. He's so much stronger than before. Even an emperor-to-be was killed in seconds. Countless people cried out in alarm. It turned out that the famous black-faced god of killing was Lu Ming, the master of the Dragon Alliance. Then someone thought of more. It turned out that the fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xyrus backer was Lu Ming. Could it be that their combat strength had suddenly soared because of Lu Ming? Ran Qianxing, what qualifications do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as my master? What's even more laughable is that he even said that the #1 genius in the Divine Wilderness has surpassed my master. Zhuang Xiaoshan looked at Ran Qianxing in disdain as he sneered. He's just a piece of trash. What right does he have to compare himself with Lu Ming? Lu Ming only taught me for a few months, but he can't even take one of my moves. He's simply a piece of trash. The fat man mocked. H.J. Ran Qianxing's expression turned unsightly. Lu Ming could even kill an emperor-to-be. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, if what the fatty said was true, it would be even more terrifying. He had only taught the fatty for a few months and he could defeat him in seconds. He was far inferior to Lu Ming. There was simply no comparison. It was simply ridiculous. Chapter 2180. Breaking an oath. Lu Ming revealed his true form. The entire place was shocked and clamoring. There were only a few Yuan continent experts present. Most of them were from the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's status in the Divine Wilderness continent was too high. More than 10 years ago, Lu Ming had left the Divine Wilderness to cultivate in the Yuan continent. Now that he had returned, he had indeed displayed shocking combat power. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. At this moment, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the rest saluted Lu Ming together. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. Following that, more and more people saluted Lu Ming. When the Dragon Alliance had unified the world, there were countless members. There was a large group of Dragon Alliance members present. They were extremely excited to see Lu Ming. Senior Xia, Senior Jiuyang, Big Brother Yan, Hua Qi, Let's have a drink and chat after we've dealt with these people from the Yuan continent. Lu Ming said and nodded at Xiaofan and the others. These words made Sakura and the others' faces turn cold, and their bodies were filled with a cold aura. Lu Ming, you've cultivated in the Yuan continent for a period of time and have made some progress. However, you're still far from being able to go against me alone. You must have someone supporting you from behind. Call out the person behind you. Sakura said coldly. I don't need the help of others to deal with you all by myself. Lu Ming said calmly. Many people were stunned. How was it possible for Lu Ming to deal with Sakura alone? I can easily suppress you with a flip of my hand. Sakura opened his mouth indifferently, and his aura became even colder. Thump. Then, Sakura took a step forward. This step caused the entire sky to rumble and explode. An incomparably terrifying pressure pressed down on the entire world. His body emitted endless golden light, like an invincible emperor looking down on the world. The pressure came in waves. It was too terrifying. Many people with insufficient cultivation directly knelt down. It was difficult to resist. Ah! Many people roared and knelt down unwillingly, desperately resisting. At this time, the master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Hall master released an aura that rippled out like water, relieving the pressure on the others. Many people heaved a sigh of relief and then looked frightened. Too strong, Sakura is too strong. He's completely unfathomable and unrivaled. Indeed. Just the overflowing chi is enough to make me explode. How can there be such a powerful person in this world? Lu Ming is finished. No matter how strong he is, he can't be Sakura's match. Many people were discussing. After feeling the aura overflowing from Sakura Asia, many people were terrified of Sakura Asia's strength and thought that Lu Ming could not compete with Sakura Asia at all. Although Lu Ming was a prodigy, he had only cultivated for a few years. How could he possibly fight against such a person? How dare you, Sakura, you dare to attack me? At this moment, Lu Ming's loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area, causing many people to be dumbfounded. Sakura himself was also stunned. Why did he not dare to attack Lu Ming? At this moment, a token appeared in Lu Ming's hand, shining with golden light. Sakura, why aren't you paying your respects to me? Lu Ming said coldly. Han Yuan sect's golden inheritance token. So you're the golden inheritor of Han Yuan sect. Sakura Asia's eyes burst out with a bright light. It's good that you know. Lu Ming looked at Sakura indifferently, his face calm. Back then, when he became the Han Yuan sect's gold inheritor, he had obtained a name list. On the name list, there was Sakura D, a bronze inheritor. Be it the bronze or silver inheritors, they had all sworn to follow the orders of the gold inheritors. Lu Ming took out the golden inheritance token and waited to see Sakura's reaction. Sakura's face changed, and then he laughed. Lu Ming, you're really funny. You actually want to use the golden inheritor's token to suppress me. Don't you know that after reaching the martial emperor realm, you have the ability to go against oaths? Ordinary blood oaths can't do anything to me. Today, I'll kill you and take the golden inheritor's token. Sakura Asia laughed, full of ridicule. These people really don't know how to keep the oath they made back then. Lu Ming shook his head and kept the golden inheritance token. He had never thought of using the inheritance token to make Sakura submit. He had only wanted to verify it earlier. Boom! Sakura took another step forward, and the terrifying pressure became even stronger. Hua Qi, Xiaowan, Xia Zhuoyang, and the others all looked nervous. Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoro, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the others also looked nervous. Although they believed in Lu Ming, the other party was too powerful. He was really too powerful. It was beyond their imagination. Alliance Master is very calm. He should be confident. Xiaowan said. Based on their understanding of Lu Ming, they knew that he would not fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. He must have something to rely on to be so calm. Clan Master D, leave this kid to me. I can feel that this kid's hands are stained with the blood of my clan. At this moment, an unusually burly figure stepped out from behind Sakura. This person was covered in heavy iron armor and was 4 meters tall. Lu Ming could tell that this was an evil god. Although the aura that this evil god tribe member exuded was not as strong as Sakura Asia, it was still extremely terrifying. He was a 1-star void emperor. Sakura stopped in his tracks. Since someone was doing it for him, He was too lazy to do it. Brat, your hands are stained with the blood of my clan. Dang. The evil god tribe's expert held a mace in his hand and swept it out. Boom. The space exploded and the mace was swung at Lu Ming with a terrifying force. What a terrifying power. Many people were shocked. The present was different from the past. Right now, the divine wilderness continent space was extremely stable. Everyone's flying speed was many times slower, much less breaking through space. But now the evil god tribe's mace had swept out, causing the space to explode. It was clear how powerful this attack was. Many people's hearts were in their throats, worried for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He reached out with a claw and grabbed outwards. A huge hand formed and grabbed the mace. Bang! The mace hit the hand, but the hand didn't move at all. It grabbed the mace and shook it. Buzz! The mace shook violently, and a terrifying force was sent out. The evil god race member screamed out in pain as the thick armor on his body exploded. His arm also exploded, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. He then shook his hand and the huge mace flew back, hitting the evil god tribe member. Bang! The evil god tribe member's entire body was like a huge watermelon that exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and his soul was scattered. A one-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe was killed by Lu Ming in seconds. The entire place quieted down. This scene shocked everyone. Earlier on, the aura that the evil god tribe's expert had revealed was not weak. Although it was not comparable to Di Shurtion's, it was still extremely terrifying. To the people of the divine wilderness continent, they were unfathomable and unrivaled existences. However, such an existence was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Chapter 2181 Legendary. Still a legendary. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Hoo. After a long time, many people heaved a sigh of relief. As for Xiaofan and the other members of the Dragon Alliance, their eyes were filled with wild joy. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. At this moment, Sakura Asia's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Lu Ming, it seems that I have underestimated you. You can actually kill a one-star Void Emperor. Sakura said coldly. However, he was still confident and not worried. He was a 3-star Void Emperor. The difference between a 1-star Void Emperor and a 3-star Void Emperor was too great. He could easily kill a 1-star Void Emperor in seconds. He did not think that Lu Ming could fight him. Moreover, he could tell that Lu Ming had not broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm. No matter how strong the Emperor-to-be was, how could he be a match for a 3-star Void Emperor? Lu Ming, I'll end you personally. Sakura Asia's body exuded a cold killing intent, and his aura was monstrous. Kill! This time, Lu Ming made his move directly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Sakura and directly attacked. Boom! 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 In the process of rushing out, the aura on Lu Ming's body kept exploding and rising. One law after another burst out. 5 types of nomological laws erupted one after another, forming a 5-colored river of nomological laws. This is the law of chaos and the law of death. How is this possible? Impossible. This is impossible. In an instant, Sakura Asia's expression changed drastically as he roared madly, as if he had discovered something unbelievable and unbelievable. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The sky and earth rumbled and the space was penetrated. The Emperor soared. Sakura roared. At this moment, he was extremely frightened and exploded with all his strength, hoping to block it. At that moment, Lu Ming released 5 types of laws, 2 ultimate laws and 3 king path laws. He was almost scared to death. At this moment, the experts of the Divine Ox Palace and the Barbaric Dragon Palace were almost scared to death as they roared madly. The people from the Divine Wilderness Continent did not know how shocking Lu Ming's display of 5 types of laws was. However, they, who came from the Yuan continent, naturally knew. Their hearts were in a state of shock. Thump! At that moment, Lu Ming and Sakura's attacks collided. Boom! Lu Ming's palm force bombarded the Emperor's sword that Sakura slashed out. Buzz! The Emperor's sword trembled violently as if it could not bear the burden and finally exploded. Lu Ming's palm did not stop and continued to bombard forward, hitting Sakura's chest. Sokra's chest was directly penetrated, leaving a hole in it. The terrifying power of destruction poured into Sokra's body crazily, destroying his life. You. How is that possible? Blood kept gushing out of Sakra Asia's mouth. He stared at Lu Ming with disbelief. Even now, he still could not believe that a person could master 5 types of laws before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. 2 of them were even ultimate laws. This had simply broken his understanding of martial arts. The next moment, a terrifying destructive power rushed into Sakra Asia's body. Sakra Asia's body exploded and turned into ashes. Even his soul was destroyed. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept Sakra's storage ring. At this moment, the scene was in a dead silence. Countless people were dumbfounded and their eyes widened. In their eyes, the supreme Yuan continent powerhouse, the unrivaled Sakra Asia, could not even last one move in Lu Ming's hands. He was instantly killed in one move. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, it would seem like a fantasy story. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. After a long while, Zhuang Xiaofan and Zhuang Xiaoro finally reacted. They were so excited that they trembled and shouted. The Alliance Master is invincible. Then, the members of the Dragon Alliance came back to their senses and started to shout in excitement. At that moment, Lu Ming was supreme and invincible in their eyes. The shouts came wave after wave, soaring into the clouds. Hua Qi, Shuel Yan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others were also trembling with excitement. As for those from the Sovereign Race, Divine Ox Palace, and Manlong Palace, their faces were deathly pale. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and the place quieted down. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Ren Qianxing indifferently. Didn't you just want to crush me with one finger? Make your move. Lu Ming said calmly. Plop. Ren Qianxing's body went limp as he collapsed onto the ground. His face was completely drained of blood, and he was so frightened that he almost cried. Was he courting death by attacking Lu Ming? Even Sakra Asia was no match for Lu Ming. He was simply an ant in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming could probably kill him with a single breath. Such a person still wants to be on par with my master. He even brags that he has surpassed my master, and is known as the #1 in the divine wilderness. What a joke! Zhuang Xiaoro mocked. Many people also sneered. Indeed, Ren Qianxing was not qualified to be compared to Lu Ming. They were on completely different levels. This was especially so for those who had previously thought that Ren Qianxing had already surpassed Lu Ming and regarded him as the #1 throughout the ages. Their faces were flushed red and they were too ashamed to show their faces. Ren Qianxing was not even fit to carry Lu Ming's shoes. Legend. He's still a legend. An old man sighed. Everyone immediately nodded, greatly moved. Yes, a legend was still a legend. Back then, Lu Ming was a legend of the divine wilderness continent. He rose up from the ground and eventually unified the divine wilderness. He was an unprecedented legend in the divine wilderness continent. Now, after cultivating in the Yuan continent for more than 10 years, his combat strength had reached an unimaginable realm. Even someone as powerful as Socrates was killed in one move. Lu Ming was still a legend. Let's go! At this moment, the monarch race and the remaining evil god race members finally reacted. They all rushed up into the sky, wanting to escape. You want to leave? All of you stay. Lu Ming said coldly and threw a punch. Roar! Roar! This punch was filled with countless runes. Then, the runes condensed into true dragons that pounced out with a roar. The sovereign race's martial emperor powerhouse had already been killed by Lu Ming. Anyone below the martial emperor realm would not be able to withstand a single blow. When the true dragon pounced, no matter if it was an emperor-to-be or an absolute saint, they were all killed in seconds. A series of screams rang out, but it soon quieted down. The experts of the sovereign race and evil god race were all killed. Plop! At this moment Lika knelt down and screamed, Lu Ming, no, 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 Alliance Master Lu, please spare my life. Please spare my dog life. Earlier on, his master was killed by Lu Ming. He was scared to death now. Alliance Master Lu, please spare me. Ren Qianxing also started pleading. Fatty Xiaoshan Xiaoro, I'll leave these people to you. Lu Ming said. All right. The fat man carried the battle axe and rushed out. No, I don't want to die. Ren Qianxing howled as he turned and ran. Li Ku was the same. However, their combat power was far from that of Fatty and Zhuang Xiaofan, so they were killed in a few moves. Chapter 2182 Kill them all now. Everyone knew why Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the rest's cultivation and combat strength had soared so much. It was all because of Lu Ming. At the same time, everyone's respect for Lu Ming grew. It only took a few months for Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the others to increase their cultivation and combat power so much that they could easily suppress Ren Qianqing and the others. This was simply unbelievable. They thought of that sentence again. A legend was still a legend. At this moment, Lu Ming cast his gaze at the Divine Ox Palace's master of the Manlong Dragon Hall. We pay our respects to Alliance Master Lu. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Hall felt a chill run down his spine. He put on an ugly smile and came over to greet Lu Ming. Just now, they had wanted to run away. However, Lu Ming was too terrifying. Where could they run to? Lu Ming would probably catch up to them and kill them. Therefore, he might as well stay behind and express his goodwill to Lu Ming. I'm very curious. Where are you from in the Yuan continent? Lu Ming looked at the leaders of the two forces. Alliance Master Lu. I'm from the land of the divine beasts. The master of Divine Ox Palace said. I'm from the land of the heavenly berserkers. The Manlong Dragon Hall master said. How did you guys get here? Why would he suddenly come to such a remote place like the divine wilderness continent? Lu Ming asked again. He was very curious about this, and he wanted to know. If they could come, so could the others. Lu Ming was very worried about this. It would be troublesome if a stronger existence, such as a high-level illusionary emperor or a true emperor, came. I once found an ancient map by chance. The ancient map recorded that in the desolate land, there was a paradise. The cultivation environment was much better than many sacred grounds in the Yuan continent. I followed the map and found an ancient teleportation array. That was how one came to the divine wilderness. The master of Divine Ox Palace said. Me too. The master of Manlong Hall nodded. Similar to the master of Divine Ox Palace. Where's your map? Let me see. Lu Ming said. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the hall master of the Manlong Hall looked at each other. Then, they each took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. The others sighed. These were the two overlords of the Yuan continent. Previously, they were the overlords of the divine wilderness continent. But now they were like two servants, trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. The difference between before and after was too great. This made countless people sigh. Lu Ming took the two jade talismans and scanned them with his spiritual senses. Indeed, they were two ancient maps. Other than you guys, no one else knows? Lu Ming continued to ask. No, I didn't tell anyone. He only brought a few of his subordinates to the divine wilderness. Me too. The two of them shook their heads. The two of them were also ordinary emperor-level forces in the Yuan continent, similar to the monarch race. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Alliance Master Lu, since you are back, how about we split the divine wilderness equally with the Dragon Alliance? The master of the Divine Ox Palace looked at Lu Ming carefully and suggested. You guys still want to split up the divine wilderness? Lu Ming said with a half-smile. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Palace master both had ugly expressions. Finally, the master of Divine Ox Palace gritted his teeth and said, Alliance Master Lu, I'm willing to join the Dragon Alliance in the future and serve you. I'm also willing. They had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under the roof. Oh, join the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered to himself. Yes, that's good. After a while, Lu Ming nodded. The master of Divine Ox Palace and Manlong Hall were overjoyed, but a cold light flashed in the depths of their eyes. As long as they could stabilize Lu Ming, they would send people back to Yuan continent and invite more experts. By then, they did not believe that they could not kill Lu Ming. However, at this moment, Lu Ming made his move. It was so sudden that the masters of the Divine Ox Palace and the Savage Dragon Palace were caught off guard. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palms twice in a row, hitting the two of them. Their bodies were pierced, and the terrifying destructive power gushed into them. The two of them widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. I still believe in the dead. At the martial emperor realm, the power of an oath is already too weak. If you secretly return to the Yuan continent later and find stronger experts, I will put myself in danger. So you should all die. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, the power of his palm exploded, and the masters of the two forces were turned into ashes. Let's go. The remaining people of the two forces were shocked. Some of them reacted and tried to escape. Kill. After killing the two forces' leaders, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He immediately charged at the two forces' leaders. There were also martial emperor powerhouses in these two forces. However, they could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and were killed in an instant. Following that, those below the martial supreme realm did not manage to escape either. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. This scene was shocking. The three major powers of the Yuan continent that had dominated the divine wilderness for many years had been annihilated because of Lu Ming's return. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. At this moment, everyone from the Dragon League knelt down to pay their respects to Lu Ming. They understood that the Dragon Alliance was about to unify the divine wilderness again. No one could match him. As for those who weren't from the Dragon Alliance or those who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance, they were all trembling. From today onwards, the Dragon Alliance will be rebuilt and reorganized. Lu Ming's voice was heard by everyone. Leave all of this to Xiaofan and Xiaofan. Deal with these people. I'll go and get rid of the remaining forces of the three great factions. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the Imperial Dragon City. He began to spread out his spiritual consciousness to search for the remnants of the sovereign race and the evil god race. As long as he found them, he would kill them on the spot. After that, Lu Ming rushed to the Eastern Barren territory to kill the remaining members of the Divine Ox Palace. Then, he came to the southern underworld to kill the remaining members of the Manlong Palace. After that, Lu Ming rushed to the overseas area. The ancient teleportation formation that connected the continents of the Divine Ruins to the Yuan continent was not only in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. There were also teleportation formations on other continents. Lu Ming wanted to find and destroy all of them to prevent experts from the Yuan continent from coming again. In the following month, Lu Ming walked around the Divine Ruins continents and found more than a dozen teleportation altars. All of them were destroyed by Lu Ming, leaving only the teleportation arrays that led to the Azure continent, Cloud continent, and the Emperor continent. At this time, the Dragon Alliance had been reorganized. Some people who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance because of the arrival of the Yuanlu forces had been dealt with. However, there were more people who joined the Dragon Alliance. Now that Lu Ming had returned and killed the three major forces of the Yuan continent, everyone was shocked. It could be said that with Lu Ming in charge of the Dragon Alliance, it was the true overlord and no one could shake it. Many experts had joined the Dragon League. The Imperial Dragon City was being rebuilt again. When Lu Ming returned to the Imperial Dragon City, another huge statue of Lu Ming was erected. It was bigger and more majestic than before. After Lu Ming returned, he held a grand banquet and brought Li Ping, Lu Yuntian, and the others back to the Imperial Dragon City. After that, Lu Ming took over the Imperial Dragon City and handed over a large number of resources to Xiaofan and the others. For example, there were all sorts of domain-level martial arts techniques, divine abilities, ori rocks, and pills. Xiaofan and the others were ecstatic. With these, their cultivation speed would skyrocket, and their combat power would also be stronger. Chapter 2183, The Mysterious Passage. After that, Lu Ming had Xiaofan, Hua Qi, Xiaozhouyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others enter the Dian Elixir Furnace to help them refine their spiritual bodies. The higher-ups of the Dragon League had their spirit bodies strengthened and their cultivation speed was also increasing rapidly. Of course, Lu Ming had also tempered Li Ping and Lu Yunshan's physical bodies and raised the level of their bloodlines. Their cultivation bases were also rapidly increasing. The resources that Lu Ming brought back were too abundant, especially the Nirvana pills. Lu Ming bought a lot of them. The bloodline level of the disciples of the Dragon Alliance skyrocketed and evolved continuously. In addition to the excellent cultivation environment, the strength of the entire Dragon League was also rapidly improving. In the past, the Divine Wilderness continent underwent a huge change, and the cultivation conditions had changed drastically. However, they did not have any cultivation techniques, nor did they have any mystic arts or martial techniques, so it was difficult for them to achieve a huge breakthrough. And now it was the real explosion. In order to obtain domain martial arts techniques, magical techniques, and various pills, more people joined the Dragon League. The power of the Dragon Alliance expanded rapidly, covering every corner. Not only that, but Xiaofan and the others also sent out an army to subdue the other continents. The continent group of the Divine Ruins was all under the control of the Dragon Alliance. Time flew by, and half a year had passed. In the past 6 months, other than helping others to temper their spirit bodies, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating. He focused on understanding the alchemy Dao laws, and his mastery of the alchemy Dao laws became deeper and deeper. Let's go to 9 Dragons and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Lu Ming had not been to 9 Dragons since he came back. He was very curious about what had happened there. Lu Ming broke through the air at an amazing speed. Soon, he entered the Eastern Barren Territory and flew toward 9 Dragons. The concentration of the original Qi in the East Continent was even more shocking, and countless people were cultivating in seclusion all over the East Continent. The closer they got to 9 Dragons, the more concentrated the original Qi was. What a strong killing intent! Lu Ming frowned when he arrived outside 9 Dragons. He could feel the murderous intent in 9 Dragons. In this kind of murderous aura, people with insufficient cultivation would not be able to survive in 9 Dragons. They would be affected by the murderous aura and even go crazy and die. Lu Ming felt that even a bright saint would find it difficult to establish a foothold here. One would need to be at least in the eminent saint realm to do so. There was no one in 9 Dragons at the moment. The original residents of 9 Dragons had long moved out of the city. One heard that this killing intent fluctuates and disappears for a period of time. At that time, countless people will enter 9 Dragons to cultivate. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard about this long ago. No one knew the reason. However, this murderous aura had no effect on Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped forward and entered 9 Dragons. In the past, there had been 9 huge dragon veins in 9 Dragons. At the head of each dragon vein, there was a divine 9-dragon cauldron. There were 9 dragon veins, 6 on the outside and 3 in the middle. But now, there were only 3 dragon veins left in 9 Dragons. The 6 outside dragon veins had already flown away. It was said that they had flown into the middle of the 3 dragon veins in the middle and disappeared. Lu Ming made his way to the center of 9 Dragons. In the center of 9 Dragons, there were 3 huge dragon veins. The 3 dragon heads faced each other, and there was a large open space in the middle. Back then, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was built at this location. But now, the structure of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had long disappeared. In its place was a huge cave. Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the cave and looked over with rapt attention. In the cave, there was a white mist. This was formed when the original Qi was dense to a certain extent. Extremely dense origin Qi continuously spread out from the cave. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that this should be a passageway, but he did not know where it led to. The rich origin Qi was coming from the opposite side. Furthermore, the nomological fluctuations were coming from the other side, causing the divine wilderness continent to stabilize. At the same time, a thick murderous aura was emitted from the passage. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded, shaking the world. Lu Ming was shocked because the dragon's roar came from one of the dragon veins. Roar! Roar! Then, the dragon's roar continued to resound through the sky. Then the earth rumbled and shook. Lu Ming realized that one of the dragon veins was moving. Boom! 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 A dragon vein trembled continuously. In the end, it was like a real dragon that moved. The dragon vein, which was tens of millions of miles long, was like a huge real dragon. It twisted and finally rose into the sky. Its roar resounded through the sky and spread to an endless distance. At this moment, outside 9 Dragons, people could hear the commotion even from thousands of miles away. Something is wrong with the dragon vein of 9 Dragons. I think another dragon vein is going to fly away. Every time a dragon vein flies away, the killing intent in 9 Dragon City will decrease sharply. Let's go. We can enter 9 Dragon City to cultivate for a while and find spiritual and sacred herbs on the way. At this moment, countless people were rushing to 9 Dragons. Roar! Roar! In 9 Dragons, the dragon's roar reverberated. Then, the dragon's vein shrank rapidly, and the divine 9-dragon cauldron on the top of the dragon's vein could be clearly seen. Finally, the dragon vein roared and rushed into the passage, disappearing. Another dragon's vein has flown away. What's on the other side of this passage? Lu Ming was extremely curious. He rushed in to find out the truth, but in the end he held back. What if he couldn't come back after entering? Now, he had just returned to the divine wilderness and did not want to leave. Lu Ming planned to wait for a period of time, when the situation in the divine wilderness had completely stabilized, before he would leave and enter this passageway to investigate. That's right, let's go to the blood pool to take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. Not long after, he arrived at the blood pool. The blood pool was located on a cliff of a huge mountain. On one of the cliffs, there were 3 large words, the blood pool. Beside the words, there was a platform that protruded from the cliff. Behind it was a cave, which was the entrance to the blood pool. Looking at the entrance of the blood pool, Lu Ming reminisced. Back then, not long after they arrived in Nine Dragons, they were hunted down. Jian Filius' cultivation was crippled and he was on the verge of death. They brought him to the blood pool, but later, Jian Filiu was taken away by a wisp of his remnant soul in the blood pool and had disappeared without a trace. Today, Lu Ming was going to explore the blood pool. The blood pool contained a strong murderous aura and killing intent. Back then, Lu Ming could not even go deep into it. Before Lu Ming went to the Yuan continent, his cultivation had reached a high level and he was able to kill a martial emperor. Lu Ming had also been to the blood pool once. However, the blood pool was unfathomable. The deeper one went, the stronger the killing intent. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation at that time, it was difficult for him to explore the bottom. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was many times stronger than it was in the past. Lu Ming wanted to explore it again. Lu Ming moved and entered the entrance. However, Lu Ming was stunned the moment he entered. Originally, the blood pool contained an endless amount of blood. But now, all the blood in the blood pool had dried up, leaving only an empty cave. Chapter 2184. Where Mulan went in the blood pool, there was not a single drop of blood. It had completely dried up, leaving only a pitch-black cave. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Could this be related to the world's metamorphosis? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming dashed into the cave and flew down. The cave was very deep. Lu Ming kept going down. After sinking for 100 miles, the cave actually slanted in one direction. That direction clearly led to the center of Nine Dragons. Lu Ming kept flying. At last, he saw a huge passage filled with dense white fog. Isn't this the passageway in the center of Nine Dragons? The blood pool was actually connected to the passageway in Nine Dragons. Is Jian Filiu in the other world on the other side of the tunnel? Lu Ming made a guess. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Fi did not go in but returned the way he came. Not long after Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragons, he realized that the murderous aura in Nine Dragons was getting weaker and weaker. He believed that many people would rush into Nine Dragons to cultivate soon. Lu Ming did not stop. He left Nine Dragons and returned to the Imperial Dragon City. In the days that followed, Lu Ming would occasionally give public lectures. Countless people from the Dragon Alliance would attend his lectures to improve their cultivation. At the same time, Qiu Yu would also give lectures occasionally. When everyone found out that Qiu Yu was also a martial sovereign, there was another commotion in the Divine Wilderness continent. With the help of resources, there were more and more masters in the Dragon Alliance, and everyone's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. There were people constantly breaking through to the martial royal realm, and there were also people constantly breaking through to the Saint realm. The main reason was that Lu Ming's resources were too abundant. In addition, Lu Ming also took out a large number of corpses of golden crows and god wolves. These were the bodies of the experts from the Sky Wolf Tower of the Golden Crow clan. Many of them were absolute saints, even illusionary emperors, and true emperors. The bodies of such experts would not deteriorate even after thousands of years. They could be kept fresh. Of course, the essence qi of a great emperor's body was too dense. They used the golden crow meat and divine wolf meat to make meat soup. Even so, it was still very nourishing. Just a bowl of it would make their bodies emit essence qi. At the same time, Lu Ming would select some people to enter the mountain and river diagram and cultivate under the path understanding ancient tree. They would comprehend concepts and laws. In this way, his cultivation would improve very quickly. For example, The siblings Zhuang Xiaofan and Zhuang Xiaoro had reached the Saint Realm very quickly. It was Lu Ming's father, Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming had spent a lot of resources to make Lu Yunshan's cultivation base skyrocket. He had rushed to the martial emperor realm and was constantly advancing to the sage realm. Li Ping did not have much talent in cultivation, but with Lu Ming's resources, she had managed to reach the spiritual god realm. She would not be far from the martial royal realm. The cultivation of Hua Qi and the others had also skyrocketed. As for Xiaofan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others, their talents were already very high. The fact that they had been able to achieve so much in such an environment back then was enough to explain everything. Now, under the support of various conditions, their cultivation had also broken through and advanced rapidly. Lu Ming did not stop either. He had been studying the alchemy Dao laws. However, the further one cultivated the alchemy Dao laws, the slower the speed of improvement would be. Therefore, Lu Ming had comprehended a new law. The laws of the artifact Dao. The 3 laws derived from the Dao of inscription were the laws of array Dao, the laws of alchemy Dao, and the laws of craftsmanship. Now Lu Ming had comprehended all 3. Lu Ming did not care about the other laws that had reached perfection for the time being. He focused on comprehending the alchemy laws and the equipment laws. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since Lu Ming returned to the Divine Wilderness continent. In the past 2 years, the Dragon Alliance had been thriving and becoming stronger and stronger. Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. The laws of alchemy had reached 90%, and the laws of craftsmanship had also reached 80%. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a huge margin compared to 2 years ago. It's time to go to the East Continent. One haven't seen you for many years. One wonder how senior sister Mulan is doing. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming looked at the Eastern Barren Territory and muttered. In fact, he had wanted to meet Mulan for a long time. However, he had been hesitating. How could he not know Mulan's thoughts? Back then, Mulan had avoided meeting him and he did not know how to face her, so he had never seen her. However, Mulan had helped him a lot back then. If it weren't for Mulan's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Detian Divine Guard and wouldn't have had his current achievements. Now, he had made up his mind. Since he had returned, what was the harm in meeting him? Lu Ming took a step forward and headed toward the Eastern Barren Territory. Not long after, he arrived at the Mu family's residence. Lu Ming, brother Lu. He arrived at the Mu family and saw Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan. The two of them smiled and greeted Lu Ming. After that, he met Mulan's father, Mu Tian, and Mulan's grandfather, Yan Lan. Senior Yan, Senior Mu. Lu Ming smiled and greeted them. Now, the origin qi of the Eastern Barren Territory was extremely rich. Even if they were not very talented, their cultivation had soared a lot and could not be compared with what they had been in the past. Seeing that Lu Ming did not put on any airs as the leader of the Dragon Alliance, they relaxed and set up a banquet to chat with him. Senior Mu, I wonder if senior sister Mulan is here? Lu Ming asked. These words caused Mu Tian, Yan Lan, Mu Zhang, and Mu Xiaoyuan to become silent. Lu Ming had a bad premonition. Senior sister Mulan, what's wrong with her? Lu Ming asked again. Sigh, that girl is too stubborn. Yan Lan suddenly sighed. Senior, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. The bad premonition in his heart grew stronger. That girl is too headstrong. She has always wanted to catch up to you and didn't want to fall behind too much. But with her talent, how could she catch up to you? However, the world's metamorphosis this time has given her hope. Lu Ming, you must have been to 9 dragons, right? He asked. Yan Lan sighed and finally asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Every once in a while, the killing intent in 9 dragons would weaken, and people would be able to enter. Whether it's the original qi or the killing intent, they all come from that passage. Therefore, some people speculate that the other end of the passage must be a supreme holy land for cultivation. Some people even say that whoever can enter the other side of the passage will be able to obtain a supreme opportunity. Yan Lan explained. Don't tell me. Lu Ming thought of something and his heart skipped a few beats. That's right. That girl went into that passage alone and never came back. And that was before you came back. Yan Lan sighed. Mu Tian and the others also sighed. It was said that there was an unparalleled opportunity on the other side of the passage, But those were just legends and people's conjectures. However, Mulan wanted to seize this opportunity. She wanted to take a gamble. Otherwise, she knew that she would never be able to keep up with Lu Ming. It's been almost 6 years since I left. Mu Tian let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with longing and worry. Senior sister Mulan, why do you have to do this? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, all kinds of memories about Mulan emerged in his mind. Chapter 2185. Terrifying battle on the other side of the tunnel. Mulan first met Lu Ming in Fiery Wind City. At that time, Lu Ming had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. In the early stages of Lu Ming's cultivation, Mulan had been of great help to him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation continued to improve. The gap between the two of them grew wider and wider. Their relationship seemed to be growing further and further apart. Senior Mu Tian, Senior Yen Lan, don't worry. 111 definitely find senior sister Mulan and bring her back. Lu Ming said firmly. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? You want to enter that passage too? Don't act rashly. We don't know where that passage leads to and what dangers it has. If you rashly enter, I'm afraid you'll put yourself in danger. Yen Lan advised. Senior, don't worry. I'm confident. Lu Ming said. In fact, he had already wanted to explore that passage. But previously, he had just returned to the Divine Wilderness. He wanted to spend more time with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping because he did not know where this passageway led to. If he were to go, it would take a long time before he could return. Furthermore, during this period of time, he had let Celestial Emperor's corporeal body absorb the Ori rocks, and the energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had already exceeded 10%. Now that he could control Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, he was much more confident. Especially now that he heard that Mulan had entered that passageway 6 years ago, Lu Ming was even more determined to go and explore. The few of them chatted for a while more before Lu Ming took his leave. Before he left, Lu Ming left behind a storage ring. Lu Ming stored a lot of cultivation resources. Lu Ming did not enter the passageway immediately. He had to make some arrangements before he left. First, he came to the Divine Ruins continent and returned to the Azure continent through the teleportation array. If he told Cloud Dragon Valley Master about the Divine Wilderness continent, he could let some of the talented geniuses of Dragon God Valley cultivate in the Divine Wilderness. At the same time, the two sides could take care of each other. Lu Ming returned to the Imperial Dragon City and told Xiaofan and the others about the Dragon God Valley incident in the Tsang region. Then he left the remaining puppets in his hands, one at the Martial Emperor realm and 18 at the Emperor-to-be realm, to guard the Imperial Dragon City. After that, he bade farewell to his parents and Qiu Yu, saying that he would be leaving for a period of time. After making all the arrangements, Lu Ming came to 9 dragons once again, at the passageway. Now, there was only one dragon vein left. More than half a year ago, another dragon vein rushed into the passage and disappeared. He didn't know when the last dragon vein would rush in. Senior sister Mulan, please be all right. Lu Ming muttered. He then took a step forward and rushed into the passage. The white mist of the original qi in the passage greatly hindered one's vision. Even Lu Ming could only see a few dozen miles ahead. This passageway was extremely large, at least a few thousand miles wide. Lu Ming found the right direction and flew toward the front of the passage. It was silent all around. Lu Ming had been flying for 3 days, but he had yet to reach the end of the passage. This is... Suddenly, after Lu Ming had flown for a distance, his field of vision suddenly widened. The origin qi here was no longer a mist, but a liquid. The liquid origin qi floated around like ribbons. Without the mist of the original qi blocking his vision, Lu Ming could see his surroundings clearly. Lu Ming was shocked at the sight of his surroundings. The tunnel was no longer surrounded by stone walls, but pitch-black darkness. Spatial energy storms constantly surged, but the wall seemed to be a barrier that blocked the spatial energy outside the tunnel. This was a void passage. Lu Ming was shocked. This place was definitely no longer in the Divine Wilderness continent. It was in the chaotic void. Where did this lead to? Lu Ming observed with rapt attention and then continued to move forward. He seemed to be traveling through the void. In the void passageway, he had only walked 1 mile, but in reality, he had already traveled a long distance. In this way, Lu Ming advanced for another 7 days. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from the front, as if there were people fighting. He was almost at the end. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sped up. Boom! Boom! As Lu Ming moved forward, the rumbling sounds in front of him became more and more intense. It was terrifying. Waves of terrifying aura surged from the front, making Lu Ming feel a sense of fear. He did not know how far away they were, but Lu Ming already had such a feeling. What was the cultivation of the people who were fighting? Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. However, since he was already here, there was no reason to turn back. No matter what, he had to take a look in front and see what was ahead. Lu Ming continued to move forward. The rumbling sounds in front of him continued. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the divine wilderness continent right behind him? Roar! Roar! The roars of a dragon could be heard as a true dragon flew over. It's indeed a dragon vein. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Behind them was the last dragon vein of 9 dragons. On the head of the dragon vein was a huge divine 9-dragon cauldron, which was flying toward them at an amazing speed. Lu Ming quickly stepped aside, or he would be hit by the dragon vein. The dragon vein whizzed past. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and leaped onto the dragon vein. The dragon vein itself was a giant dragon-shaped mountain range. It was huge and tens of millions of miles long, but now it had shrunk many times. Lu Ming landed on the dragon vein and charged forward with it. Not long after, he saw light ahead. They had reached the exit. But here, an even more shocking explosion came. The dragon vein let out a long roar and rushed out of the cave. The moment he rushed out of the cave, Lu Ming leaped into the dragon vein. He realized that outside the cave was a pitch-black land. Lu Ming landed on the ground and looked into the distance. His pupils dilated rapidly. In the void in front of them, there were 8 huge true dragons. No one knew how big they were, but they stretched across the sky and earth. On top of each of the 8 true dragons, there was a huge cauldron that was emitting a bright light. At this moment, the 9th dragon vein rushed over and also turned into a giant true dragon. Buzz! The divine 9-dragon cauldron trembled. The 9 cauldrons emitted a brilliant light and resonated. In front of the 9 true dragons, there were 2 huge demonic shadows. Their bodies were as tall as the sky, and they were stuck in the clouds. The auras given off by the 2 demonic shadows were earth-shattering. Although they were a great distance away from Lu Ming, he still felt a sense of horror and a sense of foreboding. Lu Ming did not feel this feeling even when he was with Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. This is the evil god tribe. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on them. Although they were very far away, he could roughly judge from their appearance that the 2 demonic shadows belonged to the evil god tribe. Such a terrifying evil god race. Could this be the heaven realm? Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Boom! Boom! The 9 giant true dragons converged, and the divine 9-dragon cauldron glowed as it fought the 2 demonic shadows. The scene was earth-shattering. Each strike gave people the feeling that it could destroy the world. Chapter 2185 Tunnel Collapses Roar. An earth-shaking dragon's roar was heard. This earth-shaking dragon's roar actually came from the depths of the sky. Lu Ming looked up and his eyes widened. In the depths of the sky, there was a true dragon. It was impossible to tell how big it was, and its body was circling, covering the sky. This true dragon's aura was even more shocking and difficult to fathom. However, this true dragon had encountered a strong enemy and was fighting with a huge demonic shadow. You won't be able to defend this passage. In the near future, our army will enter the primordial realm in large numbers. A rumbling sound came from the mouth of the demonic shadow in the sky. Don't even think about it. The true dragon let out a long roar and fought the demonic shadow. That aura was too terrifying. Even though they were far apart, Lu Ming still felt great pressure, as if he was about to kneel down. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and gritted his teeth to withstand it. Boom! Boom! The battle was getting more and more intense. You want to stop me with just a drop of blood? Kill! The demonic figure in the sky let out a long roar and attacked wildly, forcing the true dragon to retreat. In the distance, The divine nine-dragon cauldron on the back of the nine-dragon vein was fighting the two demonic shadows. It was very intense, a group of losers who tried to stop us. Kill them all. A voice came from the distance. Then, Lu Ming saw another demonic shadow. It was indomitable as it strode over. Its vast and terrifying aura made the entire world tremble. As soon as the figure arrived, he attacked the true dragon in the sky. The true dragon was no match for the two demonic shadows and retreated. The direction that they were retreating in was Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming's expression was ugly as he turned to run. He wanted to rush into the void passageway and escape back to the divine wilderness continent. He didn't expect that he would encounter a great battle the moment he arrived. Every single one of them was terrifying to the extreme. Their combat strength was unbelievably strong, even stronger than Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. He was definitely a peerless expert. He didn't run. As long as a wisp of chi hit him, he would be dead. Little guy, don't run in that direction. We can't leave this passage open. I'll send you out. At this moment, an aged voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then, a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming's body was thrown out. Lu Ming was speechless. He wanted to return to the divine wilderness. Why did he leave him behind? Then, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. The huge true dragon suddenly turned around and slammed its huge claws on the passage. The passage shook violently, then collapsed, cracked, and collapsed. Then, the 9 huge divine nine-dragon cauldrons also smashed down on the passage. Boom, boom, boom. The tunnel continued to collapse, and the space exploded. Don't even think about destroying the passageway. The demonic shadows roared and suddenly attacked. Heaven and earth shook and endless gales blew. The terrifying destructive power swept in all directions and Lu Ming was instantly swept into it. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy shrouding his body glowed. 2 small true dragons swam around continuously, blocking the energy outside. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have turned into ashes in an instant. Lu Ming had a feeling that even if he used the celestial thearch's physical body, it would be useless. He would not be able to block it. Even so, there were still traces of vibrating energy that passed through the energy shield and acted on Lu Ming's body, causing his body to almost explode. Kacha! Lu Ming's bone armor made a cracking sound. Some of the bones were broken and some of the muscles were torn. Lu Ming was severely injured and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Boom! Roar! The passageway was filled with constant explosions and dragon roars. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and space was torn apart like paper before being shattered. Lu Ming was swept away by the void energy storm. His body could not help but move away from this place. Slowly, the violent rumbles could no longer be heard. Lu Ming did not know how far he was sent flying, and he fell heavily on the ground. The energy on his body had also disappeared. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood and started to look around. This was a desolate land with potholes everywhere. There was no vegetation at all. It was deathly silent and there were no living creatures. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. Senior Sister Mulan. Lu Ming was very worried. As soon as he arrived here, he encountered such a thing. Several supreme existences were fighting each other. If it wasn't for that energy that enveloped him, he would have already turned into ashes. He wondered what Mulan's situation was like when she came here. Then, Lu Ming thought of the few unparalleled existences. It was obvious that those huge demonic shadows belonged to the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe must have discovered the void passageway and wanted to snatch it. However, they were stopped by the 9 dragon veins and the huge true dragon. In the end, the true dragon and the 9 dragon veins destroyed the passage and stopped the other party from going through. It seems like the divine wilderness continent is connected to this place because of that passageway. The Yuan Qi here is being pumped into the divine wilderness, causing the Yuan Qi in the divine wilderness to be extremely rich. Lu Ming pondered because he realized that the original energy here was extremely rich. It was even richer than the ancient Moon Holy Land. Moreover, the space was filled with a strong killing intent, which was similar to the killing intent he felt in 9 dragons. From the looks of it, the good days of the divine wilderness continent are over. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. With the passageway destroyed, the two places could not be connected. Without the constant flow of yuan qi into the divine wilderness, the yuan qi in the divine wilderness would quickly dry up and return to its original state. However, it was still 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, better than the evil god tribe invading the primordial realm through the passage. The moment the evil god race invaded, the divine wilderness would be the first to bear the brunt of their invasion through this passageway. An existence like that from before was too terrifying. A single slap could probably destroy the entire divine wilderness continent, and no one would be able to escape. But now, at most, the cultivation conditions would be worse. Moreover, the Dragon League had a large number of resources and raw gemstones left behind by Lu Ming. It was enough to cultivate for a long time. Furthermore, the Dragon God Valley of the Tsong Prefecture would send people to the divine wilderness. When the cultivation conditions in the divine wilderness became worse, some people from the Dragon Alliance could also cultivate in the Tsong Prefecture. At least, it was much better than before. Where is this place? Is he not in the Taiqing heavenly region? Lu Ming thought of another problem. Lu Ming had heard Uncle Kong, Emperor Formless, and the others mention this before. Now, out of the 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, only the Taiqing heaven domain was left. The other 8 heaven domains were all occupied by the alien races. The heaven realm guarded the passage to the Taiqing heavenly region and fought with the alien races for countless years. But the alien races did not invade the Taiqing heavenly region. That was because out of the 9 heaven regions in the heaven realm, only the Taiqing heaven region had a passage that was connected to the primordial realm. However, if this was the Taiqing heavenly region, how did the powerful beings of the foreign tribes get in? It would definitely be blocked by the powerhouses of the heaven realm, right? Therefore, Lu Ming speculated that this was most likely not the Taiqing heavenly region. Chapter 2186 Ancient Battlefield. We're in trouble. Lu Ming sighed. If this was not the Taiqing heavenly region, but another heavenly region, it would be troublesome. The other heavenly regions were completely occupied by the evil god tribe. How was he going to break out of their encirclement, head to the Taiqing heavenly region, or return to the primordial realm? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows deeply. I don't care anymore. 111 Heal my injuries first. Lu Ming shook his head and sat cross-legged, starting to channel his energy to heal his injuries. Now, his bonus recovery speed was amazing. In less than half a day, his injuries were completely healed and his cultivation was back to its peak. Let's observe the surroundings first. Lu Ming planned to observe and see where he was. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Looking around, all he could see was a desolate land. Ravines and pits covered the entire land. There were no living creatures or vegetation, only the howling wind. Could this be an ancient battlefield? Looking at the ravines and potholes on the ground, it looked like a battle between experts. I wonder if that passageway has been destroyed? Lu Ming could not help but think of the passageway. Now, he hoped that the passageway had been destroyed. If it was not destroyed and the alien races rushed in, he would be finished. However, before Lu Ming was swept away, he saw that the entire passage had exploded and shattered. It should be destroyed. Kill! Suddenly, a roar rang out, and a shocking killing intent filled the air. Lu Ming was shocked. All the hair on his body stood on end. The holy power in his body circulated involuntarily. His body turned into a rainbow light and he retreated rapidly. However, no one chased after him. Kill! The voice then came from the sky. Lu Ming could not help but look in that direction. In the sky, light filled the air, and a figure appeared. This figure was clad in iron armor and holding a spear. His entire body was emitting a shocking killing intent as he roared. This is not real body. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He discovered that this figure was not a physical entity. It was not even made of energy. It was just a shadow. Kill, kill, kill. The figure shouted a few times, and a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. Then, the light distorted, and the figure disappeared like a phantom. What is this? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The figure was filled with a terrifying killing intent. It gave off the feeling that it was a terrifying expert. However, it had no hostility towards Lu Ming and seemed to not have seen him. After a few roars, it disappeared. Could it be that an expert who died in battle back then left behind an undying mark? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Lu Ming observed for a while and did not find anything unusual. He then continued to move forward. Buzz! Buzz! This time, Lu Ming had not advanced for long when two rainbow lights flew toward him at high speed. Two humans. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see that there were two humans in the two beams of light and not the evil god tribe. The fact that the human race could come here meant that Lu Ming's previous speculation was wrong. This place was not the 8-heaven domain that was occupied by the evil god tribe. The two of them had obviously seen Lu Ming and flew toward him. As they neared, the rainbow light receded, revealing two figures. One of them was a young man in a blue robe. He was tall and strong, and he exuded a powerful aura. There was also a burly middle-aged man in battle armor. The aura he gave off was also extremely powerful. A 3-star Void Emperor and a 4-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. That young man was a 3-star illusionary emperor. At such a young age, he had already reached this stage. He was definitely a Heaven's Pride figure. The middle-aged man was a 4-star Void Emperor. The two of them sized Lu Ming up carefully. The young man looked surprised. "Brother, how should I address you? I've never seen you in the military camp before." The blue-robed youth cupped his fists. Military camp? Lu Ming's mind was racing. He then cupped his fists and said, "I'm Lu Ming. I'm not from the military camp. I was adventuring in a secret place and was accidentally swept into a void storm and brought here." Lu Ming told a lie. "Oh." The young man and the middle-aged man looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe it or not. "Excuse me, may I ask where this place is?" Lu Ming asked. "You really don't know?" The blue-robed man asked. "I really don't know." Lu Ming nodded. "It seems that Brother Lu really doesn't know. Then let me tell you. This is a battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region," the blue-robed youth said. "The battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Realm and the Hunyuan Heavenly Realm?" he asked. Lu Ming's heart trembled and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Brother Lu, don't you know about the battlefield between the two heaven domains?" The blue-robed youth's eyes were filled with even more doubt. "I've been cultivating on an island overseas and adventuring overseas. Although I've heard about the battlefields of the Great War with the alien races, I'm not very clear about them. Please give me some advice." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said politely, "So you're from overseas. No wonder. Let me tell you." The blue-robed young man began to explain. "As we all know, there are 9 heaven regions in the heaven realm. The 9 heaven regions are like 9 worlds. They are connected to each other by passages. However, the passages between heaven regions are not void passages, but the earth. The heavenly regions are connected by the earth, like a long and wide road. This is the passage between the Hunyuan Heavenly Region and the Taiqing Heavenly Region. Because of the invasion of the alien tribes, the passage between the two heavenly regions has become a battlefield," the blue-robed man explained. Lu Ming understood now. The Hunyuan Heavenly Realm had been occupied by the alien tribes. This was the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Realm and the Hunyuan Heavenly Realm. If the alien tribes wanted to invade the Taiqing Heavenly Realm, they would have to attack from here. No wonder there were alien races and humans here. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and felt more at ease. It was better to come to the battlefield between the two heaven domains than to go to the other heaven domains that were already occupied by the alien races. The hell we are in now is even more special. It is the most ancient battlefield. Countless years ago, there was a terrible war here. It was said that those who participated in the war were the most terrifying experts in the world. After that war, this ancient battlefield was silent for eternity. No outsiders could enter. The blue-robed youth said. "Outsiders can't enter? Then Lu Ming was puzzled. The reason why we couldn't enter before was that there was a fierce battle between the heaven realm and the top powerhouses of the foreign kinds. Countless peerless powerhouses died in the battle, and this place is filled with endless killing intent. Many peerless powerhouses left behind immortal marks after their deaths. Those marks can sense the people who come in here. Once they sense a powerful existence, they will attack and kill the powerful existence. However, not long ago there was a huge change in the battlefield. Things have taken a turn for the better. As long as one's cultivation is not too high, they can enter. Brother Lu, You're quite lucky. This is a battlefield of ancient peerless powerhouses. Although countless years have passed, there might still be peerless treasures left behind. Now, many people have come here to explore. The blue-robed young man continued to explain. Chapter 2188. Ill intentions. After the blue-robed youth's explanation, he finally understood the general situation. They were now in the middle of the battlefield of the two heaven regions, an ancient battlefield. In the past, many peerless experts had fought each other. This place was filled with terrifying killing intent, and the immortal marks left by the peerless experts would actively kill the experts who entered this place. Therefore, it was impossible to enter this hell in the past. However, not long ago, a change occurred. This area became accessible. Lu Ming could not help but think of the armored figure he had seen before. He held a spear in his hand and was shouting to kill. Could it be that the figure had died in the battle back then and left behind an inextinguishable mark? However, his cultivation was too weak, so the mark did not attack him. To those peerless powerhouses in the world, his cultivation base was indeed too weak. Could the changes in this area be related to the Great Battle? Lu Ming thought about it and felt that it was very likely. However, this area still has the mark of a peerless expert. Those below the true Emperor realm won't be in trouble if they enter, but it's hard to say for those above the true Emperor realm. The higher their cultivation, the more dangerous it is. So this is our chance. The blue-robed young man's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Then the blue-robed young man looked at Lu Ming with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. Brother Lu, since you've come here by accident, why don't we travel together? If we encounter any opportunities, we can split them equally. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. He had just arrived in the heaven realm and had many questions to ask. It was best to have a companion. Immediately, the three of them moved forward together. However, the three of them didn't dare to move too fast. No one had entered this ancient battlefield since ancient times. No one knew what dangers there would be. Not long after, the three of them encountered another inextinguishable imprint. This time, it wasn't a human, but a giant bird. Its aura was wild, and its killing intent soared into the sky. The bird's cold gaze swept over the three of them, but it didn't make a move. After a while, it disappeared. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their cultivation wasn't strong. If it had been a powerful existence, they would probably have been attacked by these marks. These imprints were definitely extremely powerful when they were alive. Legend had it that this battlefield was one of the most powerful battlefields between the heaven realm and the alien race. Those who could participate in the battle were all unimaginably powerful. Therefore, the marks left behind by these powerhouses were also extremely terrifying. He had once entered this place with a great emperor and was immediately killed by the imprint. Even a heavenly emperor had entered this place and died. From this, one could see how terrifying these imprints were when they were alive. Along the way, Lu Ming asked around and learned a lot of information. The blue-robed young man was called Lan Yun. The middle-aged man was called Lan Songshi. They were outside the battlefield, training in the camp of the Taiqing heavenly region and fighting with the alien races. This time, many people knew about the changes in the ancient battlefield. In addition to them, many people from the Heaven Realm army camp had also rushed over. After all, the people who had participated in the battle were too powerful. Even though countless years had passed and many things might have rotted, there might still be some treasures left that hadn't rotted. As long as one could obtain one, it would be a great opportunity. It was not surprising that many people came to explore. The alien races would probably send people over as well. The three of them continued to search the area. However, the place was deathly silent and empty. There was nothing there. 2 hours later. Suddenly their eyes lit up. In front of him was a messy pile of rocks. In the middle of the rocks was a skeleton. From his posture, he seemed to be sitting on the ground. In his hand was a broken sword. Once a martial arts expert reached the Saint Realm, it would be extremely difficult for his body to corrode. At the Martial Emperor Realm, one's physical body was said to be immortal. But everything was relative. It could last for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years without rotting. However, what about 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even longer? With the passage of time, everything would eventually corrode. The skeleton in front of him might have been a peerless expert when he was alive. The few of them glanced at the finger of this expert, but unfortunately, they didn't see a storage ring. Even storage rings would be corroded over the years, and the items inside could be swept into the void. It was obvious that this being's storage ring had already been corroded. Then, their eyes fell on the broken sword in Skeleton's hand. The broken sword was indeed covered in rust, but after such a long time, even the physical body and storage ring of this unparalleled expert had been corroded. However, the broken sword had remained. This was definitely a shocking treasure. Especially Lan Yun and Lan Songshi. Their eyes were shining with a fiery light. "Brother Lu, why don't you go and get the broken sword?" Lan Yun spoke and looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. "I'll go." There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. This Lan Yun actually asked him to get the broken sword. He definitely did not have good intentions and wanted to give the broken sword to Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming to test the waters. After the death of such a peerless expert, even though countless years had passed, no one knew what kind of danger would befall them. What if the other party had left behind a trace of qi, or left behind some backup plan? To take his broken sword would be courting death. "Go quickly and bring me the broken sword." Lan Songshi also spoke, his voice cold. Lu Ming sneered. He finally understood why Lan Yun was so kind to answer his question, and even invited him to go with him. His goal was to use him as a test stone. If there was any danger, he would be the first to go. "Brother Lu, hurry up," Lan Yun urged. At the same time, he moved and formed a corner with Lan Songshi to block Lu Ming's retreat. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. "All right, I'll go get it," Lu Ming said with a smile. He stepped forward and walked toward the skeleton. Of course, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He was highly focused and his spiritual senses constantly scanned the skeleton and the broken sword. However, he did not find any abnormalities or any danger. However, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He held the Celestial Emperor's sword in his hand. Now that Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had stored more than 10% of its energy, the Celestial Emperor's sword could burst out with a powerful force. If anything went wrong, he could use the Celestial Emperor's sword to block. As he slowly approached the skeleton, he still didn't sense any danger. Lu Ming's spiritual sense was focused on the broken sword. The broken sword was undying, so the most dangerous part was definitely the broken sword. However, from a close distance, he could feel that the broken sword seemed to have lost its spirituality and was no different from a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A palm condensed from Saint Energy grabbed at the broken sword. "Saint Energy? You haven't become a Saint Emperor yet?" Seeing the holy power surging in Lu Ming's palm, Lan Yun smiled in disdain. Chapter 2189 Striking First. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming was at least an expert at the martial emperor realm. Now that they saw that Lu Ming was using Saint Energy and not World Energy, they immediately looked disdainful. At this moment, Lu Ming's hand, which was condensed with holy power, had already grabbed the broken sword. Nothing happened at all. There was nothing unusual. Lu Ming retracted his holy power and held the broken sword in his hand. It was cold to the touch, and there was nothing special about it. Lu Ming kept the Celestial Emperor's sword. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ming would not control the Celestial Emperor's sword to attack. After all, once the energy of the Celestial Emperor's physical body was exhausted, it was too troublesome to replenish it. The amount of resources required was also shocking. It's been too long. The spirituality in the broken sword has long been lost. It's now a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming scanned it with his spiritual senses and realized that the broken sword was no longer of any use. Seeing that Lu Ming had successfully obtained the broken sword, Lan Yun and Lan Songshi smiled. "Brother Lu, hurry up and give me the broken sword," Lan Yun said somewhat impatiently. "Brother Lan, I was the one who obtained this broken sword." Lu Ming turned around, looked at Lan Yun, and said indifferently, "Brother Lu, leave it to me first. We'll split the treasures equally when we get more," Lan Yun said, his tone somewhat impatient. If not for the fact that he wanted to make use of Lu Ming, he would definitely have fallen out with him. Lan Songshi was even more direct. It's a waste to leave such a treasure in the hands of a saint realm like you. Hand it over to us first. We'll naturally compensate you later. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. He deliberately muttered to himself and said, "All right then." He then tossed the broken sword to Lan Yun. Lan Yun was overjoyed, and hurriedly took it and looked at it. With a single glance, he revealed a disappointed expression. It has no spirituality at all, just like a piece of scrap metal. Lan Yun shook his head, but he still put away the broken sword. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave here. Lu Ming said. You want to leave? Lan Yun's face sank. That's right. I still have something to do in my hometown. I have to find the exit and go back first. One won't be accompanying you two in your treasure hunt. Lu Ming randomly came up with a reason. Lu Ming, I've explained so many problems to you and you're just saying that you want to leave. It's not that simple. Come with us. Lan Yun said coldly. Brat, let's search for treasure together. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. Lan Songshur appeared behind Lu Ming, exuding a cold-killing intent. They were trying to force Lu Ming to be their pathfinder. Lu Ming sneered. The other party had explained some problems for him, but he had already taken a risk for them and obtained the broken sword. Furthermore, the reason why the other party was explaining the matter to him was because he had ill intentions from the start. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly and he smiled. All right, since that's the case, I'll go with you. However, we'll split the treasures equally. Naturally, Lan Yun said, but in his heart, he sneered at Lu Ming's naivety. He wanted to split the loot equally. Even if Lu Ming did not die during the subsequent pathfinding process, they would not keep him after that. Boom! At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Lu Ming exploded and raised his combat strength to the peak in an instant. He threw a palm at Lan Songshur. This move was too sudden. Lan Songshur was very strong. He was a 4-star illusionary emperor. In the face of danger, he roared and several laws emanated from his body. But he was still a step too late. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming was only a figure below the rank of a martial supreme and that they could kill anyone below the rank of a martial supreme with a flip of their hands. Therefore, they were not as wary as before. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly made a killing move. In a hurry, Lan Songshur only had time to control the law and block in front of him. Boom! Lu Ming's palm hit Lan Song's his body. The law that covered Lan Song's his body trembled wildly and was finally penetrated by Lu Ming's palm. The terrifying palm force surged into Lan Song's his body, creating a large transparent hole in his body. Lan Songshur cried out in pain and retreated frantically, his eyes filled with shock. At that moment, he sensed 7 types of laws from Lu Ming. 2 supreme laws and 5 king path laws. Lan Songshur was almost scared to death. This person's combat strength is very strong. Lu Ming also frowned. Lu Ming had already perfected 5 types of laws. The laws of alchemy and the laws of craftsmanship had not been perfected. His body had not been tempered, but his combat strength was much stronger than it was during the 10 Lands battle. With his current battle strength, he could kill a 5-star Void Emperor if he were to unleash his full power. However, when Lu Ming launched a sneak attack just now, he did not manage to kill Lan Songshur but only severely injured him. Lan Songshur was only a 4-star Void Emperor. He could sense 3 types of laws from Lan Songshur. 1 king path law and 2 ordinary laws. Furthermore, he had reached the 2nd realm in 2 of his ordinary nomological laws. Lan Song's, his battle strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary 4-star illusionary emperor. And at this moment, Lan Yun also reacted. Piece of shit, you dare to attack? You're looking for death. Lan Yun bellowed and burst out with his combat strength, charging toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed towards the sand towards Lan Songshur. He would deal with one first, then the other. The other party wanted to use him as a test. How was that possible? Boom! Lu Ming kept swinging his palm. In an instant, he had struck dozens of times. Each palm contained 7 types of laws and its power was shocking. Lan Songshur was severely injured by Lu Ming and kept spitting blood. His strength was less than 20% of his peak. How could he withstand it? After a few moves, the law that protected him was destroyed. The surging palm force fell on his body. Lan Songshi's body exploded before he could even scream. Boom! After killing Lan Songshi, Lu Ming did not stop. He turned around and threw a palm behind him. Because behind him, Lan Yun's attack had also arrived. Lu Ming's palm landed on Lan Yun's fist, and a violent boom erupted. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging toward him, and his figure retreated continuously. Lan Yun wasn't any better, his figure also floating back. His ultimate maxim has already reached the second realm. There's still a king path maxim. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lan Yun was undoubtedly a top heaven's favorite, not any weaker than the ones who came to Destiny Mountain with Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. A 3-star illusionary emperor could control an ultimate law and a king path law. He was so powerful that he was not weaker than the gray-robed young man who had fought with Lu Ming before. And at this time, Lan Yun was even more shocked to the point of no return. He could also sense the law that Lu Ming controlled and was extremely shocked. It's you. I remember now. You're the trash body from the primordial realm, the peerless trash body. Lan Yun suddenly roared. He was also a top-notch Heaven's Pride expert in the Heaven realm. Back then, some people had gone to the primordial realm, and when they returned, they said that a peerless cripple had appeared in the primordial realm. He had mastered many kinds of nomological laws below the martial emperor realm, and he had even mastered 2 supreme nomological laws. However, he could not become a sovereign. Back then, it had caused a commotion in the Heaven realm. Now that he was fighting with Lu Ming, he immediately remembered. You're a cripple. How dare you kill a member of the Lan family? You're courting death. Immediately, Lan Yunxiao released a cold killing intent and burst out with all his might, charging towards Lu Ming. Chapter 2190. Purple-scaled evil god race. Lan Yun's entire body was suffused with ice-cold killing intent. At the same time, he emitted a scarlet light. Even his palm was the same. Boom! Boom! Lan Yun threw more than 10 punches at Lu Ming in succession. As he swung his fists, a violent lion's roar was heard. Lu Ming saw that on each of Lan Yun's fists, there was a fiery red lion roaring. As Lan Yun swung his fist, the fiery red lions also pounced. This was a terrifying magical technique that unleashed the power of the 2 laws that Lan Yun controlled. Lu Ming waved his palm and 7 types of laws burst out. He struck more than 10 times in an instant. Boom! Boom! The fist and palm collided continuously, causing a shocking boom and a powerful force to sweep out. However, this place had experienced a great battle between peerless powerhouses countless years ago, and the ground had become extremely hard. The force of Lu Ming and Lan Yun's battle could only leave a shallow mark on the ground. The 2 of them attacked at an astonishing speed, and the sky was filled with fist and palm shadows. In an instant, they had exchanged hundreds of moves, and the lion's roar was endless. Damn it, this guy is even stronger than the legends say. Didn't the legends say that he only mastered 5 laws? Lan Yun roared in his heart. After exchanging hundreds of moves, he still could not defeat Lu Ming. This made him a little impatient. Lu Ming's expression was calm. This Lan Yun was indeed not weaker than the gray-robed young man back then. However, Lu Ming was also much stronger than he was during the 10 Lands battle. During the Battle of the 10 Lands, Lu Ming had to borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline to fight against the gray-robed young man. However, he did not need the power of the 3rd bloodline to fight against him now. The 2 continued to exchange hundreds of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Tear him apart! Lan Yun bellowed. The fiery red glow around his body grew even more intense. He waved his hands and the fiery red lions in his hands combined into one, turning into a huge red lion that pounced at Lu Ming. The power of this move was much stronger than the previous one. This was Lan Yun's ultimate killing move, his trump card ultimate move, its power shocking. Chaos Hammer. Lu Ming used the divine ability that he had created, the Chaos Hammer. During this period of time, Lu Ming had not stopped exploring the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death. The power of these 2 supernatural powers was getting stronger and stronger. In particular, Lu Ming had also integrated the laws of alchemy and the laws of equipment. The laws of chaos and the other 5 king path laws combined together and exploded at the same time. Their power burst out. An enormous hammer formed and smashed towards Lan Yun. Boom! The Hammer of Chaos and the huge red lion collided. The space kept exploding, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. The two of them were locked in a stalemate in the air, constantly fighting against each other. In the end, the Red Lion and the Hammer of Chaos exploded at the same time. The two of them trembled and retreated. How is that possible? Lan Yun roared in his heart. He was shocked and furious that he could not take down Lu Ming despite his abilities. Kill! He roared loudly, and an even more intense red light spread out from his body. The space between his brows lit up, and a large seal was about to appear. Just as a section of the seal emerged, a shocking lion's roar rang out, causing the void to constantly explode. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could sense that this was a terrifying emperor weapon, or at least a true emperor weapon. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming's third bloodline emerged. He had borrowed a portion of the third bloodline's power to greatly increase his strength. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward the blue cloud like a bolt of lightning. He struck with the Hammer of Chaos. Lan Yun did not expect that Lu Ming's abilities would suddenly increase sharply. In a hurry, he hurriedly blocked it, but how could he block it? After being struck by the primal chaos hammer, Lan Yun was sent flying with a blood-curdling screech and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Kill! Lu Ming was very decisive in his actions. After injuring Lan Yun with one move, he immediately charged over to kill Lan Yun. Lu Ming, I'll kill you sooner or later. Lan Yun roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, a fiery red jade token appeared in his hand and he crushed it. Roar! After the jade token was crushed, a huge fiery red lion appeared. This lion had a pair of wings. It grabbed Lan Yun and flapped its wings. Its body soared into the sky and flew into the distance at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming chased closely, but after a while, he realized that he could not catch up to the other party. The other party flew further and further away, and finally disappeared from his field of vision. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed secretly. This Lan Yun was definitely a disciple of a major force in the heaven realm. He had many treasures on him, and that jade tablet was used to save his life. Lu Ming went back and kept Lan Song's his storage ring. Then his figure flashed and he left the place. After that, Lu Ming carefully shuttled through the area alone. After a few more times, he encountered two marks. Among them, there were alien races and heaven realm experts. Other than that, he gained nothing. Most importantly, Lu Ming could not tell the direction in this battlefield. He did not know which side was the exit and how to get out. He could only walk around randomly. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He heard a voice coming from the front. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other sound on this piece of land. But now, there were other noises. This meant that there was something up ahead. Lu Ming immediately cast the Divine Breath technique and restrained his aura to the extreme. Then, he landed on the ground and walked along the ground. 100 miles later, Lu Ming was hiding on a low mountain peak. He looked ahead with the help of the rocks. In front of them, there was a flat piece of land, and there were many burly figures. Evil God Tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There were more than 10 evil god tribes in total. However, there were certain differences between these evil god tribes and the ones that Lu Ming had seen before. The evil god tribes members were covered in scales as well. However, the evil god tribe scales that Lu Ming had encountered in the past were all black. On the other hand, the scales of these evil god tribes members were purple. Furthermore, they were smaller in size compared to the evil god tribe that he had encountered before. However, they were indeed from the evil god tribe. Every single one of them had a third eye in the middle of their brows. Over a dozen purple-scaled evil god tribe members surrounded an area. Their figures flashed continuously, as if they were setting up something. That's... Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area again and realized that it was a skeleton that was surrounded by more than 10 evil god tribe members. This skeleton held a large bow in its hand. It was obvious that the people from the evil god tribe were here for this large bow, but they didn't dare to get too close. These guys seemed to be setting up some kind of formation. Lu Ming observed carefully and realized that the evil god tribe members should be setting up an array. After a moment, the evil god tribe members stopped and retreated. Activate the formation. One of the evil god tribesmen let out a low grunt, and a purple light emanated from the bodies of the dozen or so evil god tribesmen before they sank into the ground. The ground glowed, and black rays of light flashed out. Then, these black rays of light actually condensed into large words. Lu Ming did not recognize these chess pieces. They were very ancient. Chapter 2190 Snatching the Divine Bow. The formation set up by the evil god race condensed into many black ancient words. As soon as these characters appeared, they flew toward the large bow. The brilliant light suppressed the bow. However, at this moment, the large bow emitted a ray of light that was like a light barrier. It covered itself and blocked the large words. The bodies of the evil god race's members began to glow with an even more intense purple light, which gushed into the ground continuously. The power of the formation grew even stronger, and it continued to glow with a dark light. Large, black characters appeared one after another, and they continued to rush toward the bow. However, although the light shield around the bow kept shaking, it was not broken. This bow still has its spirituality. It's definitely a supreme divine bow. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. A fiery look flashed in his eyes. After a moment, it was still ineffective. It did not break the light shield on the bow. Our formation is too far away from the bow. It can't display its full power. We have to get close to the bow and set up the formation. Only then will we be able to destroy the killing intent on the bow. One of RHE evil god race members said. That's right. This is a treasure left behind from ancient times. Even after so many years, its spirituality still hasn't completely disappeared. It's definitely a treasure that can't be missed. Let's do it. The other member of the evil god race also spoke up. Then, the evil god tribe members carefully approached the bow. When they were within 1,000 meters of the bow, they started to set up the formation. Buzz! At this moment, the bow buzzed and emitted a bright light. Then, a ray of light shot out from the bow like an arrow. Puchi! One of the evil god tribe members was unable to put up any resistance before his head was pierced through by an arrow, resulting in his violent death. Increase the speed! One of the evil god race members roared. The purple light on the bodies of the evil god race members became more and more intense. They increased their speed in setting up the formation, and rays of light entered the ground. Whoosh! At this moment, the bow vibrated again, and another arrow was shot out, killing another member of the evil god race. The remaining members of the evil god race were terrified. However, at this point, it was impossible for them to retreat. They could only grit their teeth and continue. They increased their speed in setting up the formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the process of setting up the formation, the huge bow kept vibrating, and arrows were shot out. One after another, the evil god race members were killed. What a terrifying power! This is a killing intent that hasn't dissipated yet. Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. He could tell that there was a wisp of killing intent left behind by the bow's owner when he was alive. Any living creature that got close to the bow would be killed mercilessly. This was also the reason why Lan Yun and the rest had asked Lu Ming to scout the way. If the broken sword still had its own spirit, it would be extremely dangerous. The evil god tribe was obviously trying to set up a formation to wipe out the killing intent on the bow. In just a short moment, 8 members of the evil god tribe had died under the bow. And now, there were only 9 evil god races left. Success! Retreat! One of the evil god race members roared. Buzz! Whoosh! The remaining 9 people retreated in a frenzy. However, at this moment, the bow vibrated and another arrow was shot out, aiming at one of the evil god race members. No! 11 The evil god tribe member roared out in despair, filled with unwillingness. He had already succeeded. He had already retreated, but at the last moment, an arrow was shot at him. Without any suspense, this member of the evil god race was killed, and only 8 members of the evil god race were left. The remaining 8 people retreated with astonishing speed. When they had retreated a certain distance, the large bow no longer emitted light and became silent. The 8 members of the evil god race all had expressions of lingering fear on their faces. If they were unlucky, they would have been dead. Let's start. The 8 of them looked at each other and then started to activate the array. This time, the inner and outer layers of RHE formation were activated at the same time, forming ancient and mysterious characters that flew towards the big bow. Lu Ming estimated that this kind of large array should be one that the evil god tribe had. The ancient characters flew towards the bow. The bow glowed and was covered by a layer of light. But this time, the power of the ancient characters was obviously much stronger than before. The large characters glowed and pressed down on the light shield like weapons. Boom! Boom! The light shield trembled continuously and rippled as if it would collapse at any moment. After a few minutes, RHE light shield could not hold on any longer. Like a bubble, it burst with a pop. The huge words rushed towards the bow and covered it. Buzz! At this moment, the bow trembled and released a terrifying killing intent that filled the surroundings. The words that covered the bow crumbled one by one. However, more words would immediately cover it. Every time the character crumbled, the killing intent on the bow would dim and weaken a little. This was to use the power of the formation to obliterate the killing intent in the bow. As time passed, the killing intent on the bow became weaker and weaker. Half an hour later, the killing intent on the bow had completely disappeared. It's a success, haha. One of the members of the evil god race laughed out loud, and the other members of the evil god race revealed looks of joy. They stepped forward and approached the bow, but the bow didn't react at all. In the end, they neared the bow, and one of the evil god tribesmen stepped forward and grabbed the bow. Buzz! The evil god clansman grabbed the bow in his hand and tried to pull the bowstring. However, after pulling for a long time, there was no reaction at all. Haha, it's indeed a supreme treasure. With our cultivation, we can't open it at all. The evil god tribe member laughed out loud, becoming even more excited. If they brought such a valuable treasure back and handed it over, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Let me see. The other member of the evil god race was extremely curious. He took the bow and tried to draw it, but it was to no avail. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. 3 4-star illusionary emperors and 5 3-star illusionary emperors. Lu Ming muttered. Earlier on, when the evil god tribe was controlling the array, Lu Ming had already known their strength. Among the evil god tribe, there were originally 2 5-star void emperors. However, they were too unlucky to have been lulled by the big bow. The strongest remaining was only a 4-star void emperor. Lu Ming decided to take action and kill these evil god tribe members to snatch the big bow. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed into the sky and approached the area where the evil god race was. Lu Ming cast the divine breath technique but did not emit any aura. The other party did not sense it at all and continued to look at the big bow. Now! With a single thought, Lu Ming swooped down like a bolt of lightning. As he rushed down, a combat sword was condensed in Lu Ming's hand. This was a divine ability, the Sword of Death. Not good, there's someone. The members of the evil god tribe had also noticed Lu Ming. They roared and their bodies were covered in purple light. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and slashed his sword at a 4-star illusionary emperor. Chapter 2192 Leave no one alive. Lu Ming slashed his sword at a 4-star illusionary emperor of the evil god tribe. At this critical moment, the third eye of the evil god race member lit up. A purple beam of light burst out and pierced toward Lu Ming. At the same time, purple light burst forth from his body. A giant axe appeared in his hand, and he slashed upward. Boom! Lu Ming slashed down with all his might. The Sword of Death hit the purple beam that was shooting out of the evil god tribe member's third eye. The Sword of Death trembled. The Death Law and the 5 laws trembled continuously, forming a terrifying cutting force that directly cut the light beam apart and continued to cut. Then, the Sword of Death collided with the giant axe. A violent explosion rang out as the Death Sword trembled. However, the opponent's giant axe trembled even more violently. In the end, it exploded and turned into fragments that flew everywhere. Many of the fragments struck the evil god tribe members' bodies. Bang! The body of the evil god tribe member was sent flying, and wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to flow out. But he didn't die. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The evil god tribe was only a 4-star void emperor. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary 4-star illusionary emperor in seconds with the Sword of Death. Even a 5-star void emperor could be seriously injured with one move. However, when Lu Ming had launched a surprise attack and slashed down with his sword, he had not killed the other party. He had only severely injured the other party. The combat strength of the evil god tribe had exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. It's not any weaker than that blue pine stone. 11 Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Lan Songshi was also a 4-star illusionary emperor. However, his combat strength was far stronger than the 4-star illusionary emperors that Lu Ming had encountered before. This is the battlefield of the war between the two worlds. These people are all from the military camps of the two worlds. They've been fighting on the battlefield all year round, and their battle prowess is stronger than that of beings of the same level. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and came to this conclusion. Of course, it only took an instant for Lu Ming to think of all these. He did not stop at Ale and continued to kill the injured evil god tribe member. However, at this moment, the other members of the evil god race had already reacted. Beams of terrifying purple light shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop and block. He waved the sword of death to block the purple light beams. He discovered that the power of these purple light beams was also very shocking. The combat strength of every member of the evil god tribe was stronger than the black-scaled evil god tribe that Lu Ming had encountered in the past. These were definitely the elites of the evil god tribe. Kill! Lu Ming broke through a few purple light beams and charged towards a 3-star illusionary emperor. Even if he could not kill a 4-star void emperor in seconds, he should be able to kill a 3-star void emperor in seconds. Stop him! Among the 8 evil god tribe members, there were a total of 3 4-star illusionary emperors. One of them had been severely injured by Lu Ming earlier, and there were 2 more. At that moment, the 2 members of the evil god tribe were the main force and they launched a storm of attacks on Lu Ming. Meanwhile, the other 3-star illusionary emperor evil god tribe members were attacking Lu Ming from the periphery. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He focused his attention to resist. Although he could kill a 3-star illusionary emperor in seconds, it did not mean that he could ignore the attack of a 3-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, the attack power of these 3-star illusionary emperors was very terrifying. Lu Ming would be injured if he was hit. Human ant, how dare you ambush me? Kill! The evil god tribe member who had been ambushed by Lu Ming had also returned. Lu Ming was surrounded by 8 members of the evil god race. For the time being, he could only protect himself and could not kill the enemy at all. He underestimated the enemy. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Back in the primordial realm, he had been able to kill a 4-star void emperor in seconds. In addition, his strength had recently increased, so he had not taken a 4-star void emperor seriously before, unless it was a top-notch heaven's favorite like Lan Yun. That was why he made his move and charged out. Now, he understood that he had underestimated others. This was the 2-realm battlefield. Those who could fight here were all elites, and there was no lack of experts. It seems like one can only borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, a surge of energy from his 3rd bloodline gushed into his body. Lu Ming did not dare to borrow too much power. The 3rd bloodline was too strange. If he borrowed too much, his mind would be affected. Even so, Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly. Kill! The 3rd bloodline contained a strong killing intent. Lu Ming hollered, and a cold killing intent burst forth. All the members of the evil god tribe could not help but shudder. How could Lu Ming miss such a good opportunity? He took a step forward and slashed his death sword at the evil god tribe member who had been severely injured by him previously. This time, the evil god tribe member could no longer resist and was directly split in half by Lu Ming's sword. Immediately after, Lu Ming swept his battle sword horizontally and killed a 3-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe. Kill! After killing 2 people in a row, Lu Ming charged towards another 4-star illusionary emperor. The 4-star illusionary emperor roared and used his trump card to block. However, after the combat sword slashed, all his attacks collapsed. His whole body flew out and fell heavily on the ground, unable to move. Although he didn't die, he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. As the number of opponents decreased, Lu Ming's strength increased. Lu Ming was even more invincible. With another 2 sword strikes, another 2 3-star illusionary emperors were killed. In just a few breaths, only 3 of the 8 were left. The remaining 3 people were finally scared and turned to run. How could Lu Ming let the other party escape? His figure flickered and he chased after them. With one slash, he killed the remaining 2 3-star illusionary emperors. Only the last 4-star illusionary emperor was left, but he had already escaped some distance away. Lu Ming gave chase at top speed. After 5 kilometers, Lu Ming caught up with the other party. We'll die together. Chapter 2193. Hunting the Evil God Tribe. At this point, the 8 Evil God Tribe members had all been killed by Lu Ming. With a single thought, Lu Ming kept the power of his third bloodline. What exactly is this third bloodline? Lu Ming could not help but think. He had been thinking about this question more than once. The third bloodline seemed to be very mysterious and had endless power and killing intent. He didn't dare to borrow too much power from it. This power was not something he could control. Furthermore, as his cultivation level grew, his fear of the third bloodline grew even stronger. This was because no matter how much he improved, he was still as insignificant as an ant in front of the power of the third bloodline. One don't care. As long as I can keep getting stronger, I can use this power for myself. Lu Ming shook his head. He then put away all the storage bracelets of the Evil God Tribe, including those of the Evil God Tribe that had been killed by the large Bao. These were all martial emperor realm powerhouses. To Lu Ming, it was another great harvest. Then, Lu Ming started to search through the storage rings one by one. I found it! Not long after, Lu Ming was overjoyed and a large Bao appeared in his hands. It was the huge Bao that the Evil God Tribe had obtained previously. The Bao was 1.5 meters long and made of an unknown material. It was extremely heavy and the surface of the Bao was covered in rust. Try it! Lu Ming grabbed the bow handle with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. He pulled with all his might. It didn't move at all. The bow didn't move at all, and the bowstring didn't curve at all. With my current strength I can't move it at all. No wonder those Evil God Tribe members can't move it either. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This bow was no small matter. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Even after so many years, it still retained its spiritual nature. Let's try again. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. This time, he unleashed all his power of law. Buzz! This time, the bow vibrated slightly. At the same time, Lu Ming felt the bowstring being pulled. Although it was only pulled a little, it was indeed pulled. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth, as well as the saint energy in Lu Ming's body, gushed into the bow. An arrow that glowed with 7 colors appeared. I've succeeded! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He released his grip and the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. It flew tens of thousands of meters away and landed on a mountain peak. Boom! A large hole was blasted in the mountain peak, and gravel flew everywhere. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming revealed a look of excitement. This was an ancient battlefield. After the battle of peerless experts, energy and killing intent wreaked havoc, causing the ground and mountain rocks to become extremely hard. Lu Ming's all-out attack could only leave a shallow mark on the ground. However, the arrow just now had created a huge hole in a mountain. The power of the arrow was extremely shocking. However, the amount of saint power I'm using up is also shocking. I can't use it all the time. This bow seemed to require many types of laws in order to draw it. The amount of holy power it consumed was also shocking. Lu Ming would not be able to use it many times before his holy power would be completely depleted. With such power, I'm afraid even a 7-star illusionary emperor would be shot to death by this arrow. Although the holy power consumption was shocking, Lu Ming was still very satisfied. With this bow, he didn't need to fear anyone below the true emperor realm. Moreover, he had only pulled the bowstring a little, and was far from displaying the bow's power. As his cultivation level increased, the power of this bow would also become stronger. Lu Ming put away the big bow excitedly. In a flash, he left the place. Following that, Lu Ming continued to explore alone without any direction. A day later, he had no idea how far he had walked. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar ahead. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming concealed his aura and hurried over quietly. He then saw that some members of the Evil God Tribe were besieging 3 humans. A young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. The young man was slightly fat and had a very strong cultivation base. He had reached the 3-star Void Emperor realm and also mastered an ultimate law. He was obviously a top-tier heaven's favorite. The middle-aged burly man was a 5-star Void Emperor. The old man was a 6-star Void Emperor, and his battle strength was very strong. However, at this moment, they were in grave danger. A total of 6 members of the evil god race were attacking them. These 6 members of the evil god race were covered in purple scales, and their cultivation bases were extremely profound. One of them was also a 6-star Void Emperor, and his battle strength was not weaker than the old man's. There were also 3 5-star Void Emperors and 2 4-star Void Emperors. Such a lineup had put the 3 humans in a dangerous situation. Even if they tried their best to defend, they wouldn't be able to stop it. "Young master, run. Well, block them," the old man roared. "If we're leaving, well, leave together." The chubby young man roared. "You want to leave? None of you can. The reward for killing a human heaven's favorite is quite a lot." Hee. The 6-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe laughed out loud. However, his attacks did not weaken at all as he continued to attack the old man. Not only did the old man have to defend against the attack of the 6-star Void Emperor, but he also had to defend against 2 5-star Void Emperors. He was in a very dangerous situation, and a trace of blood had already seeped out of the corner of his mouth. "Die!" the evil god tribe cried out. In the distance, a cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. The large bow appeared in his hand, and he sneaked around to another direction. He was going to make a move. If the people fighting in front were from the heaven realm, he wouldn't have interfered. However, one side was the evil god tribe, and the other side was the human race. That was a different story. Similarly, if Lu Ming had not obtained the big bow, he would not have interfered. The other party had a 5-star and a 6-star illusionary emperor. With his current combat strength, he would only be courting death if he interfered. However, with the bow in his hands, Lu Ming was not afraid. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had circled to another direction. He pulled the bowstring and aimed it at the 6-star illusionary emperor. The longbow emitted a faint glow. The energy between heaven and earth and Lu Ming's saint energy continuously poured into the longbow. A 7-colored arrow appeared. Whoosh! Lu Ming released his grip and the arrow flew out. Right now, the evil god race has also sent a large number of experts into this ancient battlefield. Right now, the people from the heaven realm are gathering not far away. We're gathering our strength to fight against the evil god race together. Brother Lu, why don't you come with us? Lu Hao invited. Lu Ming was in deep thought. All right, 111 go with you. Lu Ming nodded after a while. Lu Ming had his own considerations for agreeing to it. First of all, Lu Hao's group didn't look like Lan Yun's group, which was sinister, cunning, despicable, and shameless. Lu Hao's group looked sincere and didn't look like cunning people. In addition, he couldn't find the way out by himself. Only with the people of Heaven Realm could he find the way out and enter the Tai Ching Heavenly Realm. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Lu Hao was overjoyed. He gave the 6 evil god tribe storage bracelets to Lu Ming, saying that it was all thanks to Lu Ming's help this time. Otherwise they would have all been done for. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept all of them. Then, they headed in one direction. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. After a few hours, they came to a bare mountain range. Inside there was a valley. It was quite hidden, and the creatures from the heaven realm gathered here. Other than the human clan, there were also divine beasts. There's quite a lot of people. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they swept their gazes and discovered that there were more than 100 people. However, there were not many young people, only 5 or 6 of them. The rest were either middle-aged or old. There were both men and women. Without a doubt, they were all in the martial emperor realm. Some of them had extremely profound auras, and the divine light of the world was faintly emanating from them. True emperor. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This ancient battlefield was extremely dangerous. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more dangerous it would be to enter. There was already a certain level of danger when a true emperor entered. They might be targeted by the marks of the experts. Low-ranked true emperors were still fine, but high-ranked true emperors would definitely die when they encountered those marks. Lu Hao greeted the few young men and introduced them to Lu Ming. The few young men smiled and nodded at Lu Ming. They did not have much reaction when they heard Lu Ming's name. It was obvious that even if they had heard of a peerless cripple in the primordial realm, they would not know Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming also smiled and nodded. He then stood by the side with Lu Ming. Lu Hao whispered. This time, they had entered this ancient battlefield to try their luck and see if they could get some opportunities or treasures. In addition, they had one more thing to do. They had to find out why the ancient battlefield had changed and what exactly had happened. Was it related to the evil god race? The higher-ups of the Heaven Realm took this matter very seriously. Therefore, they had gathered together. First, they wanted to exchange information. Second, they would have a higher chance of success if they worked together. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Not long after, about 150 people gathered. Buzz! Whoosh! At this time, more beams of light flew over. This time, more than 10 people came at once. Lan Yun! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This time, there were more than 10 people and the person in the lead was actually Lan Yun. Now it seemed that his injuries had already healed. Lan Yun and the rest landed in the valley and scanned the entire place. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he strode toward Lu Ming. Kid, we meet again. This time, let's see how you die. Lan Yun walked in front of Lu Ming and spoke coldly, his face revealing a ferocious expression. The person who had come with Lan Yun also stepped forward, emitting a cold aura. Chapter 2195. A little Taoist priest Lan Yun and the rest closed in on Lu Ming. They did not hide their cold killing intent at all. Lan Yun, what are you guys trying to do? Lu Hao stepped forward and said loudly. What are you doing? Cripple this brat. Lan Yun coldly said. The surrounding people all cast curious gazes over. Lu Hao's expression changed. Lan Yun, there are rules in Two World City. Anyone who enters the battlefield must be united. They are not allowed to kill each other. Those who break the rules will be punished by military law. Do you want to break the rules? Haha, breaking the rules? Let me tell you, this kid is the one who broke the rules. Previously, this kid launched a sneak attack and killed an expert of the Lan family. So, I'm going to cripple him and bring him back to Two World City to accept his punishment. Lan Yun laughed loudly. The Two World City was a huge city located at the entrance of the Hunyuan Heavenly Region and the Taiching Heavenly Region. It was magnificent and had countless powerful cultivators. It was because of the Two World City that the foreign tribe's attack was stopped. What? Hearing this, Lu Hao was stunned. If it was really as Lan Yun said, he had no reason to interfere. Laughable. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke indifferently and cast a glance at Lan Yun. You and that Lan Songshur are afraid of death and want to get the treasure. So, you used me as a test stone. When you encountered the remnant soldiers left behind from the ancient times, you didn't dare to go up to them but asked me to go up instead. One helped you guys take a broken weapon and wanted to leave. You guys didn't let me go and wanted to kill me. If I don't do anything, do one just wait to be killed by you? His words made many people's eyes light up. So that was the case. If they were in Lu Ming's shoes, they would probably take action too. Lan Yun, if that's really the case, then you can't blame Brother Lu for taking action. Lu Hao spoke again. You're lying. The three of us are working together to search for treasures. When we encounter a treasure, one of us naturally has to go up and test it out. If the three of us go up together and encounter danger, wouldn't we all be annihilated? Lan Yun argued. Then why should one go and not you guys? Lu Ming sneered. You were the one who went up that time. The second time. We'll definitely go up and take turns. However, you were blinded by greed and suddenly attacked us. You wanted to kill us and take the treasure for yourself. You deserve to die. Lan Yun shouted loudly, his eyes revealing a crafty look. Lu Ming sneered. This Lan Yun was really shameless. What taking turns? It's all dog shit. They clearly wanted Lu Ming to be their test. If Lu Ming wanted to leave, they would have the intention to kill him and threaten him. 1C. Everything is clear now. This brat was greedy and wanted to kill people to steal their treasures. He killed his own people on the battlefield. This is a serious violation of the rules and must be punished. At this moment, a voice rang out from the side. It was a young man named Yan Shi, who was also a genius. Lu Hao didn't know whether Lan Yun was telling the truth or not, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Ming, kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Do you still need me to do it? Lan Yun shouted. If you have the ability, then come. Lu Ming said coldly, a large bow appearing in his hands. You're indeed audacious. You still want to resist? Attack! Lan Yun shouted. Buzz! Whoosh! Behind Lan Yun, more than 10 figures flickered and surrounded Lu Ming. Their powerful auras pressed toward Lu Ming. 2 7-star Void Emperors and 2 6-star Void Emperors. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, revealing a cold killing intent. The people that Lan Yun had brought were very powerful. Lu Ming was definitely not a match for them with his own abilities. However, Lu Ming had the big bow in his hands and he was not afraid of them. If these people were looking for death, he didn't mind killing them. The one who gave him the pressure was Yan Shi, who had a true Emperor Realm expert by her side. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, even if he had a large bow in his hands, he could not unleash such a powerful force. He was not a match for a true emperor. However, if he was forced into a corner, Lu Ming could directly use the Celestial Thearch's physical body to kill the other party. However, Lu Ming would not use it unless he had no other choice. All around them, the others looked on coldly. No one said a word. Lan Yun, aren't you going too far? If there's anything, we can talk about it after we return to Two World City. Lu Hao said anxiously. Lu Ming had saved his life. He could not just watch Lu Ming be crippled. Lu Hao, get lost. I won't let you be captured as well. Lan Yun coldly rebuked. You! Lu Hao's expression was ugly. He was the one who invited Lu Ming to come along, but such a thing happened. He felt terrible. Brother Lu, this has nothing to do with you. If they want to deal with me, they will have to pay a heavy price. Lu Ming said coldly as he poured his holy power into the bow. The bow trembled slightly and a layer of light emanated from it. This is an ancient emperor weapon. Lan Yun's gaze landed on the large bow and revealed a greedy expression. The bow was full of ancient intent, and there were even spots of rust on it. It was very likely that he had obtained it from this ancient battlefield. The weapons left behind in this ancient battlefield still had spirituality, which was definitely not a small matter. This made him envious. Lan Yun was just about to call for action when a disdainful sneer came from the sky at this moment. How despicable and shameless. He forced others to be his test stone and was killed in return. Now, he's slandering others. The Lan family is really getting worse. The voice was filled with disdain, causing Lan Yun and the others to change their expressions. Everyone looked up at the sky. In the sky, a 14 to 15-year-old young man wearing a yin-yang Taoist robe of Tai Chi with his hands behind his back was approaching. It was a little Taoist priest. Who are you to insult the Lan family? You're courting death, do you understand? Lan Yun coldly said. Don't use the Lan family to pressure me. Others may be afraid of your Lan family, but I'm not. The little Taoist was disdainful, and a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Am one wrong? You're obviously forcing others to be your test stones. They will naturally resist, but you're still framing them here. Anyone with eyes can see that you're lying through your teeth. If the Lan family was full of people like you, they would have been destroyed long ago. The little Taoist had his hands behind his back and looked like a peerless expert. He squinted at Lan Yun like an elder reprimanding a junior. He has insulted the Lan family time and time again. He's courting death. In my opinion, this person is Lu Ming's accomplice. Attack and cripple him first. Lan Yun roared. Buzz! A middle-aged burly man from the Lan clan rushed out. He had the cultivation base of a 5-star Void Emperor. With his 5-star illusionary divine cultivation, it was a piece of cake to deal with a young Taoist priest. Almost everyone thought so, except for one person, Lu Ming. This guy, why does he look so familiar? Lu Ming sized up the little Taoist curiously. Lu Ming was sure that he had never seen the little Taoist's appearance before. However, he felt that his temperament was very familiar. At this moment, there were changes on the battlefield. The Lan family's 5-star illusionary divine stage expert speed was astonishing. He rushed towards the little Taoist and with a wave of his hand, a huge palm grabbed at the little Taoist, trying to suppress him. Just as the hand was about to grab the little Taoist's figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, he appeared above the middle-aged man's head. Chapter 2196. Lan Yun, so miserable, ill kick. The little Taoist shouted and kicked the middle-aged man's face. Bang! The middle-aged man was directly kicked and screamed. His burly body flew out and hit the stone wall of the valley before he stopped. He lay there and twitched continuously. The crowd looked at the middle-aged man and gasped. The middle-aged man was in a terrible state. Half of his face had exploded, and he was wailing in pain. Many people were shocked. This little Taoist looked very young, but he had terrifying strength. A 5-star Void Emperor could not even block one move. Could it be that this little Taoist was an elder? Lan Yun and the other members of the Lan family also had grave expressions. This kid is indeed Lu Ming's companion. Jackals of the same lair. He has publicly injured an expert of the Lan family. There's no need to talk about rules with such a person. Let's attack together and take him down. Lan Yun roared. Buzz! Whoosh! Immediately, all the Lan family's experts moved. Their figures flashed and they charged towards the little Taoist. Lu Ming touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. He was about to start a massacre, but he had to stop now. This was good too. If he killed all the people of the Lan family, it would be difficult for him to enter the Two-World City. If he couldn't enter the Two-World City, he wouldn't be able to enter the Tai-Ching Heaven region. It would definitely be very dangerous for him to stay in this battlefield for a long time. With this little Taoist making a move, he was too lazy to make a move. Nest, so many of you are beating me up. Your Lan family has really fallen. It will be destroyed sooner or later. Ah, ill kick. The little Taoist shouted, but his hands and feet did not stop moving. His body flickered and his movement technique was extremely fast. He dodged all the attacks from the Lan family's experts and suddenly kicked out. Bang! One of the 6-star Void Emperors was kicked in the face. He let out a blood-curdling scream and followed in the footsteps of the burly man before him. He was kicked flying. Half of his face had exploded, and he lay on the ground twitching non-stop. Ah, you're despicable, you're shameless, you're shameless. Ill kick, ill kick. The little Taoist continued to shout and suddenly kicked out again. This time, he kicked out twice in a row. Bang, bang. The two figures were sent flying, lying on the ground twitching, unable to get up at all for a while. Many people gasped. This was because this time, a 7-star Void Emperor and a 6-star Void Emperor had been sent flying. Everyone understood that this little Taoist's combat power was terrifyingly high. A 7-star Void Emperor was already at the peak of the Void Emperor realm. However, such a figure could not withstand a kick from the little Taoist. The other members of the Lan family were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Ill kick, 111 kick. The little Taoist shouted and his body flashed in the air as he kicked out continuously. Bang, bang. The remaining members of the Lan family were sent flying one by one, lying on the ground and twitching non-stop. Lan Yun stood there, dumbstruck. It's your turn. The little Taoist looked at Lan Yun with a sneer on his face as he walked towards Lan Yun. You. The upper echelons of Two-World City have a rule that when entering the battlefield, the beings of the Heaven Realm are not allowed to kill each other. You dare to disobey the rule? Lan Yun roared. I didn't kill them, how did one break the rules? Also, what's the big deal even if one kills scum like you? Is it a waste of air? The little Taoist said loudly. Lan Yun was shocked and furious. He quickly retreated, but the little Taoist was even faster. In a flash, he had caught up to Lan Yun. Don't kick me, Lan Yun shrieked. Pah! The little Taoist threw a slap at Lan Yun's face. Lan Yun cried out in pain as his body spun a few hundred times in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. He lay there, his body twitching non-stop and his face swollen like a pig's head. I'll satisfy you. Don't kick me, hit me with your hands. The little Taoist priest pouted. The others were speechless. Then the little Taoist's eyes rolled a few times and he said, Scumbags like you specialize in framing others. It's a waste to keep you alive. However, there are rules in Two-World City. I'll spare your lives, but you must be punished. I'll keep your belongings for now and let you reflect on your actions. When you've reflected on your actions in the future, come and take them back from me. With that, the little Taoist's figure flashed and he took away the storage rings of the Lan family experts. Many people's eyelids twitched. This was too ruthless. They could tell that the little Taoist's safekeeping was just an excuse. He was just looking for an excuse to plunder the treasures. Finally, the little Taoist came to Lan Yun's side. "No, don't take my storage ring." Lan Yun cried out like an innocent young girl who had been bullied. He curled up his body and grabbed the storage ring tightly with both hands. This storage ring contained his entire life savings. All of his belongings were inside. If he lost it, his losses would be extremely heavy. "Why are you holding on so tightly? Who do you think I am? I'm just keeping it for you. How could I possibly steal your treasure?" The little Taoist shouted. "No." How could Lan Yun believe the little Taoist's words? Bang! Bang! In the next moment, the little Taoist stomped down twice in a row. One of his feet landed on Lan Yun's face, while the other landed on his crotch. Lan Yun cried out miserably. His body was convulsing unceasingly. His eyes rolled back, and he was foaming at the mouth. A heaven's favorite of his generation had ended up like this. This made many people break out in cold sweat. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his hands. One didn't want to use my hands, but you forced me to use my hands, no, my feet. Why bother? The little Taoist muttered and waved his hand, keeping Lan Yun's storage ring. After putting away the storage ring, the little Taoist's gaze once again fell on Lan Yun's clothes. His eyes lit up as he said, "This set of clothes is made from 1,000,000-year snow silk, right? This is a treasure, and it's a waste to keep it on you. I'll keep it for you." After she finished speaking, she was about to strip off Lan Yun's clothes. "This brother, aren't you going too far? Leave a line in life so that we can meet in the future." She could not hold it in any longer. He and Lan Yun were friends. "Kid, you want to give me something to safeguard?" The little Taoist glanced at Shi. Yen's eyes face darkened. "Although you're strong, you can't be lawless." Shi waved her hand. Bang! Behind Shi, an old man stepped out, exuding a terrifying aura. His body glowed with faint divine light of the world. This was a true emperor. Shi had brought a true emperor with her, so she was very confident. A mere one-star illusionary emperor dares to be arrogant in front of me. Fine, 111 safeguard more things today. The little Taoist muttered and sighed. However, in the next moment, his figure disappeared and he charged directly at the true emperor. "You!" The other party was furious. He didn't expect the little Taoist to be so despicable. He hadn't even finished speaking and had already launched a sneak attack. Chapter 2197 Fraud. Dandan, the Yen clan's true emperor, unleashed his world force and charged toward the little Taoist. However, the little Taoist's body flickered and then split into 2, then 4, then 8, and finally 16. "Im kicking, im slapping." The 16 Taoist masters shouted together, some kicked and some slapped. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that their legs and palms were all filled with endless runes. Bang! Bang! The Yen clan's true emperor's power of the world was actually broken by the little Taoist. Then, the legs and palms of the 16 figures all landed on his face. The Yen clan's true emperor let out a blood-curdling screech and followed in the footsteps of the Lan clan's members. He was beaten to the ground, convulsing and unable to stand up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps of shock could be heard. Many people looked at the little Taoist with their mouths agape. This little Taoist's strength was too terrifying. That was a true emperor, and he had been defeated so easily. Yen's eyes face turned pale. At this moment, the little Taoist looked at Shi. Shi broke out in a cold sweat. She forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face and said, "This brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. You've taken a fancy to Lan Yun's treasure, so please go ahead, one won't interfere. Get lost. Now this lord also has his eyes on yours." The little Taoist sneered and rushed towards Shi. Then, there was another scream. The people Shi had brought along and Shi herself were also killed. Then, the little Taoist began to plunder, taking away all the storage rings of the Yen family. The most miserable were Shi and Lan Yun. Their identities were not ordinary. They were the top Heaven's Pride experts and were extremely rich. Even the clothes they wore, the things they wore on their heads, and the things they wore on their hands were all rare treasures. Therefore, it was naturally taken by the little Taoist priest, under the beautiful name of safekeeping. After that, Yan Shi and Lan Yun were stripped by the little Taoist until they were only left with their underpants. The others were really covered in cold sweat. They were secretly glad that they didn't offend the little Taoist. Otherwise, if they were stripped naked in public, it would definitely be a big joke. Many people were mourning for Lan Yun and Yan Shi. Today's harvest is not bad. After the little Taoist kept the items, he grinned and muttered. Although he said it very softly, it was still heard by the others, and they all felt their teeth hurt. The little Taoist's gaze swept across the crowd. Then he put his hands behind his back and put on the appearance of a peerless master. These people are too despicable. They forced others to be their test stones and even wanted to kill them in the end. That's why they ended up like this. That's why one say we should be kind. Many people looked at him with disdain. Kind? You're the most unkind one. Of course, no one dared to say it out loud. They were only thinking about it in their hearts. Otherwise, they might end up like Lan Yun and the others. Finally, the little Taoist looked at Lu Ming and said, "Little brat, I don't think you're welcomed here. I think you're a talented man. So why don't you join me? 111 take you out of here and let you live a good life. How about it?" "All right." Lu Ming nodded without any hesitation. "You're so straightforward?" The little Taoist was suspicious. "It's that straightforward, let's go." Lu Ming smiled, then cupped his fists to Lu Hao and the rest. "Brother Lu, Lu Ming will take his leave. Let's go, let's go." With his hands behind his back, the little Taoist stepped into the air and left the valley. Lu Ming followed him. Soon, they were far away from the valley. On the way, Lu Ming sized up the little Taoist carefully. He looked at him from the beginning to the end and then from the end to the end. "Hey, what are you looking at? Don't tell me you have some special fetishes." The little Taoist felt uncomfortable from being stared at. "Have we met before?" Lu Ming suddenly asked. The little Taoist's eyelids twitched and he quickly shook his head. "No, you've never seen me before." "Who am one? How can you meet me just because you want to?" "Oh, was it? You look very familiar to me, like an old friend." Lu Ming said softly. "Little guy, don't think too much. It's your fortune to meet me. It's also a great opportunity for you. In the future, follow me and help me run errands. You'll get some benefits." The little Taoist's expression turned serious. He placed his hands behind his back and stood straight, exuding the air of a peerless expert. It was just that he looked too young and tender. He was only a teenager, and no matter how one looked at him, he did not have the demeanor of an expert. "Then one have to thank you." Lu Ming smiled and cupped his fists. Then he suddenly asked, "Dandan, how did you come to the heaven realm from the primordial realm?" "What kind of person am I?" "It's invincible throughout the ages, so it's only natural that it knows about the other passageways." At first, the little Taoist was very proud of himself. However, he seemed to have realized something halfway through his sentence and suddenly stopped. He saw Lu Ming looking at him with a faint smile. "You're Dandan indeed. You, this guy, actually dare to not recognize me when you see me?" Lu Ming's gaze was very unfriendly. "Lu Ming, you dare to trick me?" The little Taoist gritted his teeth. To be more precise, he was angry. In fact, Lu Ming had his suspicions when he first saw the little Taoist. Although the little Taoist concealed his aura very well and he could not sense it at all, his character and style of doing things were too similar. Lu Ming immediately thought of Dandan. After the little Taoist had defeated Lan Yun and the rest, a series of events made Lu Ming even more certain that this fellow was Dandan. This also explained why the little Taoist was completely on Lu Ming's side the moment he appeared. If it was someone he did not know, why would he be on Lu Ming's side the moment he appeared? Therefore, Lu Ming left with Dandan without any hesitation. However, this guy wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming and was immediately exposed by Lu Ming's words. "I haven't seen you for so many years, but your cultivation has grown so fast," Lu Ming said with a smile. He never thought that he would meet Dandan here, and he was also overjoyed. "Humph, who am one? It's the #1 beast in history, the head of the top 10 battle beasts, of course ITLL improve quickly. Unlike you, who hasn't become a divine emperor yet." Dandan cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Ming, feeling smug. In the past, When he was following Lu Ming, his cultivation was often suppressed by Lu Ming. Now that his cultivation was far higher than Lu Ming's, he immediately felt refreshed. Dandan, have you recovered your memory? Lu Ming asked. It's almost there. So, you can follow me in the future. It'll bring you to all kinds of forbidden lands and all kinds of treasures. One guarantee that your cultivation will improve rapidly. Dandan had a smug look. Why are you dressed like a little Taoist? Lu Ming asked curiously. I've always looked like this after I transformed. As for this Taoist robe, it's convenient for me to take it with me. It's beneficial for my movements. Dandan chuckled. A quack. Two words popped up in Lu Ming's mind. Dandan was dressed like this, and coupled with his style of doing things, he was a typical quack. By the way, how did you come to the Heaven Realm? I heard that a group of Heaven's favorites came to the Primordial Realm, but you're not one of them. Furthermore, they're all cultivating in seclusion. Dandan asked curiously. After a while, he revealed a happy expression and said, There's something up ahead. Haha, do it. Having said that, he sprinted madly with Lu Ming following closely behind. After crossing a few hills, they saw two skeletons under a cliff. One of the skeletons was the skeleton of a huge beast. It seemed to have been left behind by a tiger-shaped divine beast. The other skeleton was in the form of an adult, but it had a huge body that was 4 to 5 meters tall. The human skeleton held a long spear and pierced through the beast skeleton's skull. The beast skeleton's claw cracked the human skeleton's skull. It was clear that the human-shaped skeleton was an expert from the evil god tribe, while the beast-shaped skeleton was a divine beast. The two experts had died together. Dandan's eyes were burning as she looked at the spear in the skeleton's hand. In addition, there was a fist-sized crystal under the beast-shaped skeleton. The realm core. Haha, so many years have passed, and the realm core is still preserved. As long as it still contains a trace of energy, it's a great opportunity. Dandan grinned and laughed. However, the two of them didn't get close. The things left behind by such a person would probably contain killing intent and would be extremely dangerous. Watch me. Dandan stomped on the ground, and endless runes spread out. At the same time, he kept waving his hands, and countless runes also flashed. This contains the laws of array Dao, alchemy Dao, and craftsmanship Dao. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Dandan's rune was very profound. It actually combined the 3 types of laws derived from the Dao of inscription. Furthermore, it was a perfect combination and was extremely mysterious. Dandan flickered in the surrounding area, and countless runes sank into the ground. After a moment, Dandan returned and said, All right, I'm done. Buzz. The ground glowed, and countless runes appeared, forming large characters. It was the word exterminate. These demons of destruction flew towards the spear and the world core. Bang! When the word touched the spear crumbled and turned into dust. Unfortunately, it has lost all its spirituality and has become useless. Dandan shook her head, but the next moment, her eyes lit up. That was because the world core suddenly burst out with light. Kill! Indistinctly, one could hear battle cries coming from the world core. The experts who had died here were all too powerful. Even after such a long time, there was still an undying killing intent. An ordinary expert would definitely not be able to do so. Chi. The word exterminate covered the world core and began to obliterate the killing intent in it. The function of such a formation was very similar to the formation that the evil god race had set up previously. It was able to wipe out the killing intent left behind by experts. Not long after, the battle cries from the world core disappeared, and the light on it also dimmed. I've succeeded. Dandan was overjoyed. She grabbed the fist-sized world core in the air and grabbed it. Dandan carefully sensed it and said with some pity, So many years have passed. The energy is almost exhausted, but it's still very useful. Lu Ming, you haven't become a great emperor yet. It won't be of much use to give you the world core. I'll keep it. Done talking, Dandan was not polite at all and directly put it away. Chapter 2198 Ancient Scripture. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Dandan looked into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light flew over, and 8 figures appeared in the sky. Each of the 8 members of the evil god tribe had a powerful aura. When their 3 eyes opened, they were as cold as blades. Their eyes lit up when they saw the 2 skeletons. They must have obtained a treasure. Kill them. One of the evil god race members roared and charged toward Dandan and Lu Ming. Of the 8 evil god race members, one of them had an extremely terrifying aura that far surpassed the Void Emperor realm and had reached the true Emperor realm. In addition, there were also 6-star and 7-star Void Emperors. The 2 weakest people were 4-star Void Emperors. You dare to have designs on this lord, you're courting death. Countless runes appeared on his body, forming a pair of wings condensed from runes. Lu Ming could sense that this pair of wings contained at least 3 types of laws. Buzz! Dandan's figure disappeared in a flash. Her speed was amazing. Lu Ming, I'll leave the 2 4-star illusionary emperors to you. I'll take care of the rest. Dandan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. He had already charged toward the other party. With a wave of his hand, 6 huge turtles flew out. These 9-6 tortoises were, of course, not living creatures. They were formed from the interweaving of energy and the power of laws. One of them was the largest and it charged towards the true Emperor Realm Evil God tribe member. The other 5 tortoises flew towards the remaining 5 people, leaving the 2 weakest ones out. The 2 weakest of them were 4-star illusionary emperors. They charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take out his large bow. He did not need a large bow to deal with 2 4-star illusionary emperors. The Sword of Death was formed, and Lu Ming charged toward the 2 evil god tribe members. Die! 2 purple beams of light shot out from the 3rd eyes of the 2 evil god tribe members and shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out 2 times in a row, destroying the beams of light. The 2 evil god tribe members' expressions changed slightly. They took out their weapons and charged toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and the 2 of them collided. The 2 evil god tribe members trembled and were forced to retreat. Lu Ming advanced at top speed. The sword light did not stop. In the Sword of Death, different laws trembled continuously, forming a terrifying cutting force. The 2 members of the evil god race tried their best to block a few more moves, but they were completely at a disadvantage. After a few moves, one of the evil god race members was slashed by Lu Ming's sword light and was almost split in half. A deep wound appeared, and the power of death and destruction madly burrowed into his body, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura began to weaken. These 2 members of the evil god tribe were purple-scaled members of the evil god tribe. They were considered powerful. If they were black-scaled 4-star illusionary emperor evil god tribe members, they would have been killed by Lu Ming with just 2 sword strikes. One of them was injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. The remaining one could not stop Lu Ming. Come and help us. One of the evil god race members roared. But what he got in response was a scream. The other 6 members of the evil god race were in an even worse state. At this moment, there were already 3 members of the evil god tribe who had been killed by Dandan. They were all 5-star and 6-star. Bang! Then, a 7-star illusionary emperor's body was pierced by Dandan's palm. With a burst of energy, the other party's body was torn to pieces. All of a sudden, there were only 2 people left from the 6 people who were fighting with Dandan. One was a 7-star illusionary emperor, and the other was a true emperor. Given Lu Ming's realm, he could not tell what stars he was at, but his strength was very shocking. At this moment, the 2 of them were shivering. You dare to attack me? Kill! Dandan roared loudly. Both of her hands glowed and a huge turtle was formed. This huge turtle was as large as a mountain and was very familiar with Dandan's original body. The giant turtle's size was astonishing, and it filled the entire sky. Then, it pressed down like a mountain, completely enveloping the entire region. The 2 members of the evil god race had nowhere to run or hide. They could only take the attacks head-on. The 2 of them unleashed their full power, and 2 terrifying attacks blasted toward the giant turtle. This was especially true for the 1-star true emperor. He was a true emperor and his power was extremely shocking. He was much stronger than a 7-star illusionary emperor, and the 1-star true emperor of the Yen family. However, the 2 of them couldn't resist the pressure of the giant turtle at all. It was like a mantis trying to stop a car. Bang! First of all, the body of the seven-star illusionary emperor exploded. Under the terrifying energy, it turned into ashes. Oh! The true emperor roared as well. His entire body burst forth with a brilliant purple light, but it was useless. His body trembled and the ground beneath his feet continued to crack. Bang! In the end, the evil god tribe's true emperor's arm exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Following that, his body started to break apart inch by inch. A powerful true emperor was also killed by Dandan. When the two four-star illusionary emperor experts of the evil god tribe saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. How could he defeat Lu Ming with this distraction? Lu Ming seized the opportunity and slashed one of the evil god tribesmen to death. The remaining evil god tribesman was already severely injured and was even more vulnerable. Lu Ming caught up to him in a few steps and killed him with a single slash. Lu Ming, you're not using the law correctly. It's very rough. You don't cultivate any ancient scriptures, do you? Dandan walked over and asked. No, one created this magical power myself. It can barely display the power of many nomological laws, but it's not strong. I need to constantly deepen my understanding. Lu Ming said. No wonder. It's a pity. Although you've mastered many laws, you can't fully display the power of the laws. I know a few ancient scriptures, but they're very different from the laws you've comprehended. They're not of much use to you. Dandan said. Ancient sutras could only be comprehended after one cultivated to the martial sovereign realm, as it involved many laws. Whether martial sovereign had an ancient scripture or not, it would have a great impact on the improvement of his cultivation and combat strength. An ancient scripture would record the comprehension and application of at least 2 laws. A warrior could use an ancient scripture to deduce and comprehend other laws. For example, an ancient scripture recorded the comprehension and application of 3 types of nomological laws. If a warrior had only comprehended one of the 3 types of nomological laws, he could study the ancient scripture and deduce the other nomological laws, or comprehend the other 2. When one cultivated this ancient scripture to large success, the 3 laws would also be cultivated to large success. It was like an ancient scripture that contained the laws of fire, ice, and lightning. Any martial emperor who cultivated the fire law could refer to this ancient scripture and derive the ice law or even the lightning law. Moreover, an ancient scripture would also have a magical technique corresponding to the law. For example, if Lu Ming could obtain an ancient scripture that recorded chaos, death, array Tao, alchemy Tao, smithing Tao, extremity, and devouring these 7 types of laws, he would be able to cultivate the divine power technique in it and his strength would increase tremendously. These sacred art techniques were all comprehended by their predecessors. They could perfectly fuse the power of various laws and fully burst out. The more laws an ancient scripture contained, the higher its grade. For example, an ancient scripture that contained 9 types of nomological laws would be invaluable. This was because a warrior could follow this ancient scripture and continue to comprehend and cultivate, directly reaching the great emperor realm without taking any detours. Learning from ancient scriptures was much better than trying to figure it out by himself. For example, Qiu Yu did not have any ancient scriptures. Hence, it was extremely difficult for her to comprehend a second law after she broke through to the martial supreme realm. She had only managed to do so after spending several years. Now that her cultivation had finally surpassed Lu Ming and her memory had been restored, she naturally wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming would cooperate with him and let him show off more. When he was comfortable with it, Lu Ming could also gain some benefits. Sure enough, Dandan felt extremely comfortable, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. He took out a jade talisman and started to inscribe on it. Then, he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He discovered that it was a kind of divine art. The 6-feathered divine wings was a type of divine ability. This divine power technique was made up of 6 types of nomological laws. Only by mastering these 6 types of nomological laws could one cultivate this divine power technique to the highest realm. Of course, 3 of them could also be cultivated, but their power was relatively weaker. These 3 were array Tao laws, smithing Tao laws, and alchemy Tao laws. What a wondrous magical power! Unfortunately, it's not an ancient scripture. It's just a simple magical power and can't be used to deduce other laws. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Well, leave this place first. You can slowly comprehend it on the way. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and the two of them left the place. Following that, Lu Ming diverted a portion of his attention to travel, while most of his attention was on comprehending the six-feathered divine wings. A few days later, Lu Ming had gained some enlightenment. With a single thought, the three laws of array Dao, smithing Dao, and alchemy Dao filled the air. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind him. With a flap of the wings, Lu Ming's speed increased exponentially. He flashed in the void non-stop as fast as lightning, and it was difficult to track his trajectory. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Casting this kind of divine power technique increased his speed by a few times. He had only cultivated with 3 types of nomological laws. If he could control all 6 types of nomological laws, he didn't know how astonishing his speed would be. I've just finished refining it. As one cultivate in the future, my speed will be even faster. Furthermore, the laws of craftsmanship and alchemy haven't reached perfection yet. If they were perfected, my speed would also increase. Also, the other 3 laws required to cultivate the 6-feathered divine wings are all king path laws. One of them is the penetration law. Should I cultivate this law after this? Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind. In the end, he decided to take it slow, because the laws of alchemy and the laws of craftsmanship had not reached perfection yet. He planned to cultivate these 2 laws to perfection first before considering other laws. But even so, his speed had increased greatly, and his ability to survive had greatly improved. Very quickly, a few days had passed. Lu Ming's control of the 6 divine wings had become more and more proficient. In the past few days, they had also made some gains. They had obtained a total of 2 pieces of the realm core. Although the energy loss was severe, some of it was still preserved. For a martial emperor, it was definitely a treasure that could help them improve their cultivation. It was rare for Dandan to be so kind this time. She gave a piece to Lu Ming. Naturally, Lu Ming kept it without any hesitation. If he became an emperor in the future, this thing would be of great use. Wait, there's someone. Suddenly, Dandan said in a low voice, and then her aura was restrained to the extreme. Dandan had also mastered a technique to conceal her aura and change her appearance, which was no weaker than the divine breath technique. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He activated the divine breath technique and the two of them hid under a rock. Buzz! In the sky, a streak of light flew by at an astonishing speed. What a strong cultivation! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The beam of light swept past, but Lu Ming could still see it. It was an evil god tribe member. He was extremely powerful and definitely not an ordinary true emperor. A peak true emperor actually dares to fly at such a fast speed. He's really looking for death. She muttered to Lu Ming via voice transmission. Kill! At this moment, a battle cry rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. Following that, a terrified roar sounded. Chapter 2201. A castle. Lu Ming and Dandan quickly walked out from under the rock and looked ahead. In the void before them, a figure appeared with a brilliant light. This was a human, and his killing intent shook the heavens. With a loud shout, the entire sky trembled. He held a battle saber in his hand, and he slashed out at the evil god race being. The evil god race member howled out in anger as he unleashed all of his cultivation. However, it was useless. As the saber light slashed out, the evil god race member was split into 2. After killing the evil god tribe member, the figure stood in the air. After a while, it turned into specks of light and dissipated. It was the mark of an expert that could not be destroyed. When it sensed an expert approaching, it would appear and kill him. Even true emperors will be in danger if they enter this ancient battlefield. It's fine if a high-stage true emperor keeps a low profile, but flying at such a high speed in such a high-profile way is simply courting death. Dandan said in disdain. The two of them immediately rushed over and took the true emperor's storage ring and bracelet. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed, but they had gained nothing in these few days. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar came from the front. The two of them concealed their auras and flew into the sky. They hid in the clouds and slowly floated forward. Soon, they saw a castle in front of them. At this moment, There was a group of people from the evil god race surrounding the castle and attacking it continuously. It was unknown what material the castle was made of, but it looked very old. The gate of the castle was tightly closed, and there was a layer of light on the gate. The evil god race members were bombarding the castle's gate, trying to break it open. "There's a castle here?" Lu Ming was extremely surprised. They had been walking around for so many days, but this was the first time they had seen a building. The castle that appeared here must be extraordinary. It might be the temporary imperial residence of a peerless expert. Dandan's eyes were already shining. "Dandan, do you want to go in? However, there are so many evil god tribesmen in front of us. With just the two of us, we are still far from enough," Lu Ming said. In front of the castle, there were at least 100 members of the evil god tribe. From the way they were attacking the castle's gate, one could tell that there were quite a number of experts, and there were quite a number of true emperor realm figures. There were even high-stage true emperors. This time, the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts in. Although it was very dangerous for a high-stage true emperor to be in this region, as they would be detected by the power law imprint and killed, the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts in. However, there would always be some lucky ones who would not encounter the mark of a powerhouse. Although Dandan was strong, she was no match for a high-stage true emperor. The two of them frowned as they tried to think of a solution. One can set up an absolute killing formation in advance. If one can lure the evil god race into the formation, one can kill them. However, I need to lure them in. Dandan frowned and muttered, "I'll go lure them." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "You're going to lure them?" "No, even though you've learned the 6 divine wings and your speed has increased greatly. He's still not fast enough to escape from a true emperor." Dandan shook her head. "Don't worry, what if one attack from 100 miles away?" Lu Ming smiled and the large bow appeared in his hands. Dandan looked at the big bow carefully, and her eyes were filled with a fiery light. She said, "Fallen star bow, this is the fallen star bow." "Kid, you actually got the fallen star bow?" As she said that, Dandan almost drooled and reached out to grab the big bow. Lu Ming kept it hurriedly and looked at him with a sad expression. "You know the origin of this bow?" Lu Ming asked. Of course, this bow was famous in the ancient times. It was the weapon of a peerless expert and was said to be able to shoot down the stars in the sky with one arrow. It's extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the loss of its spirituality is too severe and it's far from its power back then, Dandan said, but her eyes were still shining with a fiery light. "The fallen star bow?" Lu Ming muttered. He was already very satisfied. Even though the spirituality was severely damaged, it was enough for him. He could only pull it open a little. "Dandan, let's go back and set up the formation." "You set up the formation. 111 go lure people." Lu Ming changed the topic so that Dandan would not keep thinking about the fallen star bow. Dandan sighed, lamenting the injustice of the heavenly Tao. Why was it that he was so wise, brilliant and unparalleled, but his luck was not as good as Lu Ming's? In the end, the two of them retreated and chose a place thousands of miles away. Then, they began to set up the formation. Dandan's mastery of runes and formations had reached an unimaginable realm. Any nomological law could be turned into runes in his hands and integrated into the large formation. This was a realm that Lu Ming was far from reaching. An hour later, Dandan shouted, "I'll be done soon. This formation is enough to kill a peak true emperor. Go and lure them in. I hope they haven't broken through the castle yet." Lu Ming nodded and dashed in the direction of the castle. Not long after, Lu Ming was 100 miles away from the castle. Lu Ming stood in the air and took out the fallen star bow. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, he could shoot from 1,000 miles away if he drew the fallen star bow. However, the power would be relatively weaker. Within 100 miles, the fallen star bow's power could be fully unleashed. Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow and a rainbow arrow streaked across the void, shooting toward one of the evil god tribe members outside the castle. The speed was too fast, and it was a sneak attack. The other party didn't have time to react. Bang! A 6-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe was shot to death by the arrow. "Who is it?" The other members of the evil god tribe roared. They swept their gazes and immediately discovered Lu Ming. "It's the human race. You're courting death." Some of the evil god race members roared in anger. Lu Ming turned and left. He cast the six-feathered divine wings and ran at an astonishing speed toward the place where Dandan had set up the formation. The castle's main gate is about to be breached. Well, attack the main gate first. One of the true Emperor-level evil god race members spoke. They did not pursue Lu Ming. After running for a while, Lu Ming realized that the evil god tribe was not chasing after him. Whoa, it seems that killing one won't work. Let's kill a few more. Lu Ming returned to the past and landed 100 miles away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, Lu Ming drew his bow and shot 3 arrows. This time, the evil god tribe was prepared, but it was still useless. 2 6-star Void Emperors and 1 7-star Void Emperor were severely injured. Damn it, you human insect. You're seeking your own death. You guys, come with me and kill him. One of the evil god tribe's true Thearchs bellowed and led a few high-level Void Thearchs in pursuit of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 6-feathered divine wings, turned around, and ran. The distance of a few thousand miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Boom! In the sky, an extremely huge turtle came crashing down. A true emperor of the evil god tribe and a few high-level Void Emperors were killed instantly. Dandan stepped down from the sky and said, "He's just a 1-star true emperor. He doesn't even need me to activate the formation. Lu Ming, you're not good enough. Lure a few more experts over. How about this? Leave the fallen star bow to me. 111 do it." Dandan's eyes rolled. Lu Ming did not need to guess to know that Dandan was coveting the fallen star bow. Lu Ming would not let him have his way. He said, "There's no need. I'll go and lure them. I'll definitely lure you a few big fish." Chapter 2202. Luring and killing the evil god race. Lu Ming returned to 100 miles away from the castle. The moment he returned, he was discovered by the evil god tribe. It's that human ant again. He's not dead. Damn it, the people who chased after him before are most likely dead. Some of the evil god tribe members roared in anger. Lu Ming stood in the air 100 miles away with a sneer on his face. He then stretched out his middle finger and pointed downwards. This provocative action infuriated the evil god tribe even more. Lu Ming then took out the fallen star bow and pulled the bowstring. Whoosh! A rainbow-colored bowstring shot out toward one of the evil god tribe members. The evil god tribe member was a high-stage true emperor. Lu Ming did not kill the Void Thearch. Killing a few more Void Thearchs would not help the overall situation. In the blink of an eye, the arrow arrived in front of the high-level Void Emperor. "You're courting death." The evil god race member bellowed as a destructive light shot out from his third eye, clashing with the arrow. Boom! There was a burst of dazzling light in the sky. The arrow that Lu Ming shot was destroyed. As expected, with his current cultivation level, his arrows were useless against true emperors. He couldn't kill them, let alone high-stage true emperors. However, this action completely infuriated the high-stage true emperor. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to care. He shot a few more arrows in succession, aiming at the advanced true emperors. Of course, they couldn't hurt each other, but they had completely infuriated each other. "You're looking for death. Kill this ant." In an instant, a few members of the evil god tribe charged toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 4 of them, and they were all high-stage true emperors. They were extremely terrifying and had shocking speed. Lu Ming turned around and ran. He flapped his 6-feathered wings continuously and ran toward the place where Dandan had set up the formation. However, the evil god tribe members behind him closed the distance between them rapidly. They were both advanced stage true emperors and their speed was too fast. Even Lu Ming's 6-feathered divine wings were useless as the distance between them was closing rapidly. Fortunately, it was only a distance of a few thousand miles and he could cover it in an instant. If he was any further, Lu Ming would really be caught up. Even so, when Lu Ming ran to the place where Dandan set up the big array, he was almost caught up by the other party. Lu Ming swooped down and flew along the ground. The other party followed suit and chased after Lu Ming at a high speed. "Brat, die!" One of the evil god race members' eyes shone with a terrifying light as he shot a destructive light at Lu Ming. "It's dangerous." Lu Ming was shocked. This destructive light was too terrifying. If he was hit, he would die. As Lu Ming rushed forward, He turned around and drew the bow. An arrow flew toward the destruction light beam but was destroyed by it. The destruction light beam did not stop and continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Don't tell me I have to use the Celestial Emperor's sword. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Lu Ming did not want to use the energy of the Celestial Thearch's body unless he had no other choice. This time, the amount of energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was not much, only a little more than 10%. Once used, it would be easy to exhaust the energy inside. At this moment, the surrounding void lit up, and a turtle shell condensed to block the light beam. Thump! The destructive beam of light struck the turtle shell and produced a violent boom. The turtle shell was not destroyed and had blocked the destructive beam of light. We've arrived at the formation. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At this time, Dandan's figure appeared in the sky. His body was filled with endless runes, communicating with the heaven and earth. Kill! He shouted in a low voice. Countless runes appeared on the ground and in the air. Then, the runes condensed into divine beasts. There were true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and great ROCs. These divine beasts surrounded the 4 members of the evil god race. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. Charge out. One of the evil god race members was shocked. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. It's too late to leave now. Dandan sneered. Roar. The true dragon roared as it twisted its body and pounced toward one of the evil god race members. At the same time, the phoenix let out a long cry, the ROC spread its wings, and the Qilin stepped into the sky. All of the godly beasts pounced toward the 4 members of the evil god race. The 4 members of the evil god race unleashed their full power and tried their best to resist the impact. The aura caused Lu Ming to tremble. He's so strong. He's at least a 5-star true emperor, or even a 6-star true emperor. Lu Ming secretly clicked his tongue. Back then, in the ancient moon sanctuary, Lu Ming had exterminated the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, the Wind clan, and many others. At that time, he had controlled the heaven and earth physical body and felt the power of those advanced stage true emperors. For example, the patriarch of the Golden Crow clan, the head of the Wan clan, the head of the Phoenix Palace, and so on. The strength of these overlords was only a... However, the 4 great evil god tribes' powerhouses were completely no match for the various divine beasts. It was a complete one-sided battle. The arm of an evil god was torn off by the true dragon, and blood splattered everywhere. Following that, the chest of another member of the evil god race was pierced through by the sharp claws of the phoenix. The next moment, the great ROC flew over, and its wings were like blades as it chopped off the head of the member of the evil god race. The battle was one-sided, and it did not take long for the 4 evil god tribe powerful beings to be killed. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Dandan said that his big array could kill a peak true emperor. It was indeed true. 1 6-star true emperor and 3 5-star true emperors. Haha, the harvest this time is not bad. I think more than half of the peak experts of the other party have come. Dandan laughed. There were more than 100 people on the other side, but there weren't many high-stage true emperors. There were only 6 or 7 of them, and 4 of them had been killed in an instant. After all, it wasn't easy for a high-stage true emperor to come here. It was very dangerous. As long as he could get rid of the opponent's high-stage true emperor, he wouldn't have to fear them anymore. Let's pack up and hide. The other party will most likely send someone over to investigate when they see that these people have not returned. Lu Ming suggested. Dandan nodded and cleaned up the evil god tribe's corpses. The 2 of them then flashed to a mountain valley not far away. Lu Ming took out a pile of raw gemstones and absorbed their energy to recover his holy power. He had been drawing the bow and shooting 7 to 8 arrows, which consumed a lot of his saint power. Not long after, Lu Ming's holy power was restored to its peak. However, no evil god tribe had come over. The 2 of them were puzzled. Logically speaking, the evil god race would definitely send people over to investigate if the powerful true emperors had not returned. However, not a single one of the evil god race had come. This was very strange. Could it be that they have already broken through the castle's gate and entered the castle? Lu Ming, let's go and take a look. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and the 2 of them flew towards the castle. However, not long after he flew out, he heard intense battle cries. At the entrance of the castle, there was a fierce battle. It's them! From afar, Lu Ming and Dandan could see that the ones who attacked the evil god tribe were Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the other Heaven Realm people. There were more people from the Heaven Realm, more than 200 of them. Compared to the last time they had gathered in the valley, there were many more experts. There were even a few high-stage true emperors, completely suppressing the evil god tribe. Damn it, these people actually took advantage of us. Dandan gritted her teeth. They had killed 4 of the enemy's high-stage true emperors, but these people had taken advantage of them. This made Dandan very unhappy. Chapter 2203 Fishing in Troubled Waters. If they hadn't killed the 4 high-stage true emperors, the people from the Heaven Realm might not have been a match for the evil god race. But now, he had completely suppressed his opponent. The members of the evil god tribe were being killed one after another. The evil god tribe's people roared in anger, but it was useless. A few high-stage true emperors were also killed by the Heaven Realm's experts. More than 100 members of the evil god race were all killed. Then, the experts from the Heaven Realm began to bombard the gate of the castle. Boom, boom, boom. The castle's gate kept exploding, and the light covering it flickered. It was much dimmer than before, and it looked like it was going to be destroyed soon. Let's go there in disguise. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Just what one wanted. Dandan nodded, her eyes flashing coldly. They did not want to let others take advantage of them, especially when Lan Yun and Yan Shi were among them. The 2 of them changed their appearance drastically. They changed their clothes and became completely different people. Then, the 2 of them flew towards the castle. Who is it? Someone noticed them and looked at them. It's our own people, our own people. Dandan quickly called out. Seeing that they weren't from the evil god race, everyone was relieved. If it wasn't the evil god tribe, it was naturally the people from the Heaven Realm. Lan Yun's gaze also swept toward Lu Ming and Dandan. I thought it was Lu Ming and the other 2. It turns out that it's not them. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have crippled them this time. Lan Yun muttered. This time, the Lan family had sent another expert. With an advanced true emperor. He was full of confidence. As long as he met Lu Ming and Dandan, he would definitely make them regret it. The moment he thought of being beaten up so miserably by Dandan, Lan Yun's hatred went crazy. Lan Yun did not avoid it and Lu Ming and Dandan heard him clearly. Creak. Dandan gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes. Lu Ming knew that Dandan must be up to no good and was thinking of how to deal with Lan Yun. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the gate of the castle kept shaking and making a loud noise. It's going to be blasted apart. Let's put in more effort. Many people shouted and attacked with even more effort. Heaven Realm trash die. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distance. Rays of purple light streaked across the sky and rushed over. They were people from the evil god tribe. Furthermore, their numbers were extremely shocking. There were more than 100 of them. They were all experts, and their bodies were covered in purple scales. Previously, Lu Ming had learned from Dandan. The evil god tribe was also divided into different levels. The black-scaled evil god tribe was the most ordinary evil god tribe. Their status was also the lowest, and their combat strength was also relatively weak. As for the purple-scaled evil god race, they were the aristocrats of the evil god race, and their strength was far above that of the black-scaled evil god race when they were at the same level. Above the purple-scaled evil god race, there was the even more noble evil god race, such as the royal race of the evil god race. Their battle prowess was even stronger, and they were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. However, they were extremely rare. The expressions of the people from the Heaven Realm changed. Quick, blast open the door. Someone roared. Almost everyone attacked, and beams of brilliant light bombarded the castle gate. Boom! With an explosion, the light of the castle gate was destroyed, and the gate opened. Charge in! The people of the Heaven Realm rushed into the gate one after another. Kill! Behind them, the evil god tribe had also arrived. They followed closely behind the Heaven Realm's body cultivators and rushed through the gate. Lu Ming and Dandan followed the crowd and rushed into the door. As soon as they entered the gate, they were not inside the castle as they had imagined, but a vast hill with no end in sight. It was like a small world. Behind the castle, there was a small world. Kill! Behind them, the evil god tribe had arrived, and the two groups of people were engaged in an intense battle. Lu Ming and Dandan mixed in with the crowd and made a symbolic move to fight with the two evil god race members. Lu Ming did not even make a move. He hid behind Dandan because if he made a move, many of the laws would be exposed. Hundreds of people from both sides were killing each other. It was extremely tragic. Experts were killed from time to time and fell in this area forever. Lu Ming discovered that there were experts beside Lan Yun and Yen Shi. They were very powerful and were advanced true emperors. Obviously, the Lan family and the Yen family were both terrifying forces in the heaven realm. They had even sent a high-level void emperor. One must know that it was very dangerous for a high-level void emperor to enter this place. If they were unlucky, they would die. If they were sent in, they had to be prepared to die. If they were not strong or had a deep foundation, they would not dare to do so. Buzz! Buzz! Just as the two sides were fighting, blood-red figures rushed over at an extremely fast speed. That's... Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He saw that the blood-red figures were in both human and beast forms. After they rushed over, they immediately pounced on the heaven realm and the evil god tribe. Roar! A huge blood-colored wave also pounced toward Lu Ming. Dandan appeared and kicked the blood-red giant wolf away. "It's a puppet," said Dandan. At the same time, Lu Ming could tell that it was a puppet. It was a strange puppet that was filled with killing intent. Its entire body was blood-red, and it even reeked of blood. Moreover, they were not afraid of death and continued to pounce on the people from both sides. The Heaven Realm and Evil God Tribe's experts could only stop fighting and focus on dealing with these blood puppets. Bang! 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 One after another, the crimson puppets were destroyed. Not long after, most of the blood-colored puppets that had charged over were finally killed. However, there were also dozens of corpses left behind from the Heaven Realm and the Evil God Tribe. The two sides gathered in a corner, sizing each other up with cold killing intent. However, he didn't make a move. It was very likely that this was a small world left behind by an unparalleled expert. It was possible that there would be a great opportunity. Both sides had the same thought. He would first search for treasures and obtain opportunities, then kill the other party. Let's go! The first to move was the Evil God Tribe. They rushed forward in the left direction and disappeared into the hills. Then, the people from the Heaven Realm also moved. They rushed forward along the right side. Lu Ming and Dandan followed in the middle of the crowd. Roar! Roar! Roars could be heard from time to time. There were some blood puppets moving between these hills. As soon as they saw living creatures, they would pounce at them, but they were defeated one by one. After moving forward for a distance, he still didn't find anything. Let's split up. This way, the chances of us getting an opportunity will be higher. Lan Yun was the first to speak. The others nodded in agreement. Then, the Heaven Realm's people split into groups and moved forward in different directions. Lan Yun and Yen Shi led the experts of the Lan and Yen families and headed in one direction. Both of their families had sent their experts. There were high and low-level true emperors. They were very confident and didn't want to go with the others. Let's follow them, Dandan said in a low voice. Lu Ming and Dandan quietly followed Lan Yun. They did not notice at all that they were behind Yen Shi and the rest. Chapter 2204 helped. The world behind the castle looked like a small world. The gate of the castle was the entrance. It was also very desolate inside, with not a single blade of grass growing. There were also some crimson puppets scattered around. Lan Yun and Yen Shi brought their family members and gathered together. There were about 20 of them and there were many experts. Along the way, they killed many crimson puppets. At the same time, he also saw a few skeletons. However, they all belonged to the evil god race, and there were no treasures left behind. These guys still want to deal with us. Unforgivable. They dare to go after my plan. Behind him, he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with cold light. Lu Ming touched his nose. He thought to himself, they have been bullied so badly by you. It's no wonder they want to take revenge. However, Lu Ming was also thinking of how to get rid of Lan Yun and the rest without anyone knowing. He knew that Dandan was thinking of a plan and immediately asked, "What idea do you have?" "Let's lure the evil god race over and let them fight amongst themselves. What do you think? Dandan suggested. Great minds think alike. Let's go, he said. Lu Ming smiled. Then, the two heroes sneaked in the direction of the evil god tribe. The two of them completely concealed their auras and carefully avoided the blood puppets. Not long after, they saw a group of evil god tribe members, bastard of the evil god race, die. Dandan let out a loud roar and rushed over. Even from a distance, she clapped her hands repeatedly, and countless runes condensed into a few sword lights that slashed toward the evil god race. 2 high-level Void Emperors and 1 one-star True Emperor were killed instantly. From afar, Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot 2 arrows consecutively, killing 2 evil god tribes' Void Thearchs. Heaven Realm Trash Kill. The evil god tribe was enraged. There was a blood feud between the two races and they would not rest until one of them was dead. Now, Lu Ming and Dandan actually dared to take the initiative to kill their people. They were simply courting death. Instantly, the group of evil god tribe members charged toward Dandan and Lu Ming. Run! Dandan shouted loudly, turned around, and ran. 6 divine wings appeared behind him, and his speed was astonishing. As for Lu Ming, he had already put away the fallen star bow and spread out his 6 feathered divine wings. He flew rapidly in the direction of Lan Yun and the others. Not long after, he saw Lan Yun and the others. Lan Yun, quickly come and help us. Let's kill those evil god race bastards together. Lu Ming and Dandan shouted and rushed toward Lan Yun and the rest. Lan Yun and the others were carefully exploring when they suddenly heard a few shouts. Looking towards the source of the sound, Lan Yun immediately wanted to curse. He saw Lu Ming and Dandan shouting and rushing over. Behind them, there was a group of evil god tribe members. There were more than 20 of them. You guys, quickly get lost. Lan Yun bellowed. Naturally, he did not recognize Lu Ming and his partner as they had disguised themselves. Lu Ming and Dandan did not seem to have heard Lan Yun's words. They continued to shout and rush towards Lan Yun and the rest. When he rushed into Lan Yun's group, Dandan shouted, "Kill that evil god race bastard. You're the ones who will die." The members of the evil god tribe roared in anger and started to attack. In their opinion, the people of the Heaven Realm were all in the same group. Immediately, 2 of the Lan clan's illusionary Thearchs were killed by the evil god tribe. The Lan family and Yen family had no choice but to fight back and fight against the evil god race. However, the Lan family and the Yen family had indeed sent many experts. There was 1 advanced True Emperor each and they were all 6-star True Emperors. On the evil god tribe side, there was only 1 6-star True Emperor and 2 other 5-star True Emperors. They were suppressed by them in an instant. The battle between the two sides was unusually brutal, and people were constantly killed. Lu Ming and Dandan flickered in the crowd at an astonishing speed, avoiding the attacks. In the end, the Yen clan and the Lan clan's top forces were even stronger. A 6-star True Emperor had killed 2 5-star True Emperors of the evil god tribe. Then, he joined forces with another 6-star True Emperor to kill the 6-star True Emperor of the evil god tribe. In the end, the 6-star True Emperor of the evil god tribe was killed even though he was seriously injured. As soon as the 6-star True Emperor died, he was no longer able to resist and scattered. The experts of the Lan family and the Yen family chased after him and killed him. In this battle, they had killed all the evil god tribe members. However, the Lan and Yen families had also suffered heavy losses. More than 10 of them had died in battle, and a few of them were heavily injured. Even the 6-star True Emperor had been severely injured and had been counterattacked by the evil god tribe before his death. Lan Yun's and Yen Zai's faces were so dark that they were about to drop. They looked at Lu Ming and Dandan with murderous intent in their eyes. It was all Lu Ming and Dandan's fault. If the 2 of them had not brought the evil god race, they would not have suffered such a great loss. At this time, figures flickered not far away, and people from the other heaven realms rushed over. They had obviously heard the sound of fighting and rushed over. "Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. We, the people of Heaven Realm, should help each other." Before Lan Yun and the others could speak, Dandan had already spoken. With one sentence, she tied them together, making it difficult for Lan Yun and the others to flare up. Lan Yun and Yen she felt a tightness in their chest and almost vomited blood. Dandan was the first to express her gratitude and tie them all to the Heaven Realm. There was a rule in Two World City that on the battlefield, the creatures of the heaven realm were not allowed to kill each other. They had to fight against the enemy together. They really could not find a reason to deal with Lu Ming and Dandan. Furthermore, there were other people coming. You two, stay away from us. Lan Yun gritted his teeth as he spoke. He then ordered people to keep the storage bracelets left behind by the evil god race's people and left this place. What a pity, what a pity. Dandan sighed. It was a pity that the evil god tribe's people were unable to kill Lan Yun and the others. Lu Ming also felt that it was a pity. Why don't we try again? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. You've turned bad, kid. But one like it. Hee hee hee. Dandan had a wicked smile on her face. Immediately, the two of them sneakily followed behind Lan Yun and the others. This time, Lan Yun and the rest were much more cautious. They looked around, but Lu Ming and his partner's technique of concealing their aura was too brilliant. They did not notice them at all. After secretly observing for a while, the two of them rushed toward the evil god tribe. After a while, the two of them rushed towards Lan Yun's group while yelling and shouting. Nest, it's you guys again. Fuck. As soon as Lan Yun saw Lu Ming and the rest, he immediately broke out in curses because he was really very angry. After that, Lan Yun and the others also turned around and ran. This time, they were no longer fools. Nest, he actually ran away. Help. Dandan screamed and chased after Lan Yun and the rest with Lu Ming at top speed. You guys get lost. Lan Yun roared at the two of them. We're all from the heaven realm, but you guys just watched us die. Lu Ming roared. Don't drag us down with you if you want to die. Lan Yun bellowed. Help. Dandan and Lu Ming chased after Lan Yun and the others relentlessly, followed by a wave of evil god tribe members. All of their eyes were red, and they wished they could tear Dandan, Lu Ming, and the others into pieces. Chapter 2205. Mulan, Jian Filio Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the rest were running wildly in front while Lu Ming and Dandan were chasing after them. Behind them was a string of evil god tribe powerhouses. The three groups of people were all very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed a large forest. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of others, and a group of people flew over. It was the other people from the heaven realm. When they saw the evil god race, they started charging over. When the evil god race saw that the heaven realm experts had increased in number, they did not dare to give chase anymore. They turned around and ran. What a pity! Dandan sighed unceasingly. It was truly a pity that they didn't cause Lan Yun and the others any losses this time. You guys. You're looking for death. At this moment, Lan Yun was extremely furious. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he led his men and charged towards Lu Ming and Dandan. What do you want? You want to attack your own people on the battlefield? Dandan immediately shouted. You've brought the evil god tribe's people to charge at us time and time again. One suspect that you're doing this on purpose. You're trying to frame us. Lan Yun said coldly. Bullshit. Daddy here has a grudge with the evil god race. When I saw the evil god race, one didn't want to let them off. That was why one went to kill them. However, there were simply too many of them, so we could only run. To think that we would meet you guys twice. This shows that we are fated. Dandan began to lie through her teeth and talk nonsense. However, the other party could not refute this reason. Was it wrong to kill the evil god race? Was it wrong to run away when you couldn't win? It just so happened to run to Lan Yun's side, so they could only blame their bad luck. You, Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others were tongue-tied and speechless. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Their eyes were wide and round. They could not wait to cut Lu Ming and Dandan into pieces. However, now that there were other people from the heaven realm, it was not appropriate for them to do so. Let's go. In the end, Lan Yun and the others were helpless and could only bring their people and leave this place. It seems like this trick won't work. These guys have learned their lesson. After muttering to himself, the two of them moved forward and began to search the area. Look, there's something unusual over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead. There, he could vaguely see a red light jumping around. It was unusually bright and dyed half the sky red, like fresh blood. Buzz! Whoosh! Obviously, The others had also noticed the abnormality and flew in that direction. Red light is everywhere. There's a treasure. Let's go. Dandan's eyes were burning, and the two of them also flew towards that area. From other directions, there were also streaks of rainbow light flying over. This was the direction that the Heaven Realms experts were searching in. Hence, no experts from the evil god tribe were rushing over. In front of them, there was a huge and majestic mountain. On one side of the mountain, there was a cliff that was thousands of meters high. The red light was coming from the bottom of the cliff. Everyone flew to the bottom of the cliff and found a pool there. The pool was not filled with water, but a bright red liquid, like fresh blood. In the pool, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, covered in a bright red liquid, but his appearance could still be seen. A beautiful woman. Mulan. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He had never expected to meet Mulan here. Mulan was either cultivating or receiving some kind of inheritance. A small blood-red pagoda was suspended above her head, exuding a vast pressure. It was high and mighty, like the might of the heavens. Without a doubt, this small pagoda was definitely a supreme treasure. Treasure. This is definitely a treasure. Many people's eyes were burning with greed. It was the same for Dandan. She was almost drooling as she stared at the small tower. This is the treasure of a powerful existence. Dandan muttered, her eyes shining. She's my friend. Lu Ming quickly sent a voice transmission to Dandan, causing her face to fall. However, at this moment, Lan Yun, Yen Shi, and the others could no longer hold back. This treasure is mine. It's mine. One figure after another rushed out toward Mulan, trying to grab the blood-red tower above her head. Damn it! Lu Ming shouted angrily. He wanted to save her, but it was too late. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang. On the cliff behind the blood pool, there was a cave. The sound of the sword came from the cave. Then, a sword light flew out of the cave at an amazing speed, like a ray of light. A few of them with low cultivation were directly cut in half by the sword light and died on the spot. The others were also blocked by the sword light. Buzz! The next moment, a figure appeared beside Mulan with a crystal-clear long sword floating above his head. Jen Filiu. Lu Ming was once again dumbfounded. The person who appeared next to Mulan was a young man with dashing eyebrows and heroic eyes. He was extremely handsome. It was Jen Filiu, whom Lu Ming had not seen for many years. Back when Lu Ming was wandering in Nine Dragons, Jen Filiu was severely injured by the Wang family and the other family's geniuses. His cultivation was crippled. Later, he entered the blood pool and was taken away by a mysterious person under the blood pool. It was suspected that he was the remnant soul of an expert. It had been many years since they last met. He didn't expect Jen Filiu to still be alive. Not only could he cultivate, but his cultivation had also reached an amazing level. The people he had just killed were all martial sovereigns. Treasure. Another treasure. Dandan looked at the long sword above Jen Filiu's head with shining eyes. Buzz! The long sword trembled slightly and emitted a fluorescent light. A terrifying sword chi whistled and shot into the sky. This was definitely a peerless sword. It was mostly thanks to this sword that Jen Filiu was able to block so many experts with one sword. The others were also staring at the long sword above Jen Filiu's head with burning eyes. Brat, who are you? How dare you kill our people? People of Heaven Realm can't kill each other on the battlefield. Kneel down and surrender. Lan Yun shouted. I'm not from Two World City. Jen Filiu said coldly. Moreover, you were the ones who wanted to attack me without any explanation. Can't you see that my friend is currently accepting the inheritance? He's still trying to quibble after killing someone. Take him down. Lan Yun roared. His eyes were burning with fire as he kept turning the long sword above Jen Filiu's head and the small tower above Mulan's head. This was definitely a rare treasure, a treasure left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming roared loudly. Everyone stopped and Lu Ming dashed out. It's you. What do you want to do? After Lan Yun saw Lu Ming, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Previously, Lu Ming and Dandan had brought the evil god tribe to their place and caused them to suffer heavy losses. He had been thinking about it. Dandan quickly set up the formation. Lu Ming first sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Dandan nodded and sneakily walked around. With every step she took, countless runes sank into the ground. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Lan Yun and the rest. Then, he pointed at Jian Filiu and Mulan and sneered. I can tell that these two are humans. They are our people. It's too much for you to steal the treasures of your own people. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.